We live? You know me, I gotta do my audio check. We live? Oh, yes, we are. Lovely. 6 people waiting. Did I read that right? 10 watching. Yo? Hello? That's kind of wild. My lid not on properly? No, it was not. Oh, wonderful. I could have spilled coffee on myself immediately upon the stream starting. That would have been pretty funny. Hello, chat. I know. What is this? Alright, dude. Alright, I'm gonna be real with y'all. So, I had the idea for this stream, like, months ago, right? And I had this, like, really big list of cards, as in, like, it's like, almost 200 that we gotta go through. So, we're gonna be here a while. This is also months ago, so I've kind of lost the, I've lost the plot a bit. I kind of don't remember what the original plan was. At least not, like, fully. I still have an idea what the plan is. It's just a little scattered. Regardless, I got a nice big, thing of coffee here with me. And I am prepared to deliver unto y'all the most definitive review of cards from 2024. And hopefully, we will have an answer for you all regarding where each color stands by the end of this. Don't forget to hydrate, folks. True. How's audio chat? We good? Nothing too loud, nothing too quiet. We'll give it a few minutes here for more people to hop in, because I did technically start early. We're chilling. Let's go. So, I debated for a very long time whether I want to go by... We definitely want... I debated for a long time I wanted to go by, like, color and then go down the sets, or if I wanted to go by sets and do each color. Like, for example, the first set we have to cover is Unalived at Karlov Manor. Minor Inconveniences at Karlov Manor, if you will. So for a long time, I had a debate if I wanted to go, like, let's start with Karlov Manor and go by each color, or if we want to start by color and then run down each set for each color. I think for this stream, what I want to do is I want to go through each set for each color. I have this list is like 200 cards. So I'm gonna be here a while. White has 36 cards in total we gotta cover. Might be asking, Bounce Man, what is a card? What makes a card worth discussing for this video? There's a few things. It's basically cards that I think are noteworthy because it gives the color something new it didn't get before, or it's just straight up powerful. That can also be a reason. Or it is a card that is noteworthy for the fact that it is a extra effect of something that is normally very rare for a color to have. For example, green used to not get effects that let you play lands from the graveyard. It was almost always like it was literally just Crucible of Worlds for a very long time, and then they got Ramunap Excavator from Amonkhet, and now green has like 5 cards that let you play lands from graveyards. So things like that are noteworthy as well. We're just gonna sit here and really try to deduce where each color stands and what new tools each color got. That sort of thing. Are we including Carlos in your list or just Ruberg? We will be going over specific multicolor cards that I think are noteworthy for those color pairs, but there's not really a lot of them because once you get into multicolor, you can do pretty much anything. And we will be going over colorless. This list here has a few devoid cards as well, but hopefully I won't forget those as we go here. But yes, we have colorless and multicolor here as well. Again, those subsets are much smaller compared to the main core colors I have here. But it'd be unfair to exclude them. I want to... There we go. Okay. Alright. So. Just to remind you all what sets we have here to go over. We have Unalived at Karlov Manor. We have Fallout, the Fallout Precons. We have Outlaws at Thunder Junction. Assassin's Creed. Bloomburrow. Duskmorn. And finally, we'll be ending our list off with Foundations. And getting started here, we have White. And the very first card we have to cover is... Make sure I press the right button here. Trouble in Pairs. It's a game changer. It's a game changer now. According to Gavin and Commander Crew. This card is like $30 now because it is just a very efficient draw engine. Lets you skip extra turns. I know that that's like a thing no one actually cares about, but I'm like 99% sure that this is like the first white card that actually does that. Right? Skips a combat phase? Yeah, so as meaningless as that probably is in the grand scheme of things, Trouble in Pairs actually is the first white card that actually is anti-extra turn tech. So, new territory for white in terms of stacked pieces. And of course, whenever an opponent attacks you with 2 or more creatures, draws their second card each turn, or casts their second spell each turn, you draw a card. So it's, how do you say? Very good. Draws lots of cards. I don't think we're going to see white be getting all of these, like, really push draw engines. I doubt that's going to be a thing going forward. But, maybe. Hopefully we also see less, plagiarism in art going forward. That would be nice as well. Next up, we have... Assemble the Players. You may look at a top card of your library anytime, and once each turn you may cast a creature spell with power 2 or less from the top of your library. This is the very first effect White has gotten that lets them cast things from the top of the library. We've had things before in the past, like, Burrowed Rangers, which lets you play lands off the top of your library. This is the first white card that actually lets you play creatures off of the top of your library. Again, new territory, a bit green coated, green pilled. Do we like this? Do we like this, chat? I think it's kind of cool. I think it is. I think it's... Obviously, we have the whole, like, low power thing, because White's whole thing is not having high stat lines, I guess. That seems to be a theme they're pushing very hard now, where it's like, we got Welcoming Vampire the year before. We got like 3 clones of the exact same card, where it's like, when a creature enters, if its power is low, you draw a card. We got like 3-4 different versions of those one year. So this is kind of like that. Only it's you cast it from top of your library. I'm not sure how I feel about the whole like once each turn white draw effects. But then again, I also think that Trouble in Pairs is too far in the other directions. Breaks color pie a bit, but fits the small but many theme while pushing for a minute. I agree. I think it fits, given White's whole thing of small bodies matter. Next up, we have Armed with Proof from the Unalived at Karlov Manor Precons. 2 and a white for enchantment. When this enchantment enters, investigate twice, so you make 2 clue tokens. Clues you control are equipment in addition to their other types, and have equipped creature gets +2/+0 equipped 2. The biggest comparison to this is Bludgeon Brawl from like Original Mirrodin, I think. Each non-creature, non-equipment artifact is an equipment with Equip X, and equipped creature gets +X/+0, where X is that artifact's mana value. So, this, I believe this is like the only white card in existence that turns, first of all, it turns random artifact tokens into equipment, giving them like an extra mode almost, and it's also white and not red, which is, as you've seen, the only color that really gets this sort of effect. So that's a whole thing. I'm curious to see if this design gets pushed more. I'd love to see white kind of be this like utilitarian color where they have the ability to give like non-creature tokens other uses besides just what they're meant to do. I would love to see some more designs of that. Like, it'd be cool to see like something that lets you like sacrifice artifact tokens to make constructs or something like a salvaging or something like that. I think it's a cool design. Not very powerful, of course, but I think it could lead to some very interesting designs down the road in the future. White makes up half of Boros, and this is very Boros code in my opinion. I agree, 100%. Are you looking at multicolor cards? We will, but not until after we've covered the main 5 colors, and also the multicolor list is much smaller compared to the core colors. So we will, but not for a long while. Oh god. Okay. Because I do think there are some multicolor cards that are relevant, I think, but once you get into multicolor territory, there's not much that 2 colors combined can't do. So the selection of those cards is very small. Moving on, we have Merchant of Truth. 2 white for a Angel Detective creature, 2/5 flyer. Whenever a non-token creature you control dies, investigate. Clues you control have Exalted. Yo? Okay, so once again, it sort of plays into the whole, like, giving non-creature artifact tokens a use beyond just what they're meant to do, which I like a lot. I kind of like the whole utilitarian color. Also, this is a white card that gives you draws on death, which is kind of wild. That sort of thing is like exclusively reserved for black. That's kind of wild. It is non-token. Like, Like, the biggest comparison I can think of is Harvester of Souls. This thing is from, like, Avacyn Restored block. Or set, rather, not block. Innistrad block is the correct term. When non-token dies, draw a card. Also gives your clues Exalted, which is nuts, considering she herself is a flyer. Kinda gas. I dig it. As a Giada player, I appreciate a card draw. True. Again, we see the whole, like, artifact tokens getting extra uses, which I'd love to see that design push more in future sets. Not much to say here. Just a really cool effect to see White get. White does not really get a whole lot of, like, creature dying card draw at all. So, very interesting. Next up, we have Wojek Investigator. 2 and a white for a 2/4 Angel Detective. Giada players. Flying Vigilance 2/4. Getting your upkeep, investigate once for each opponent who has more cards in hand than you. Interesting thing here, it's each opponent. So they actually didn't restrict this thing to the once per turn restriction. So if you have 0 cards in hand, she can investigate 3 times. Now, of course, you gotta pay 6 mana to draw your 3 cards, but still kind of gas. I know this was a clue themed set, but since Wizards seems to be, I say very against white card draw when this was also the same set they printed Trouble in Pairs in. Since they seem to be against giving white lots of really good card draw, I'm curious if clues might become even like evergreen in the future at some point, where white's card draw just almost always says investigate rather than draw a card. And then white's whole thing maybe could be using clues for things beyond just sacking them for a card draw. That would be kind of cool to see, but I'm not sure. This is not a... Why is this here? This is the wrong... What? Apologies, chat. Hang on. A card's in the wrong section. There was a Duskmourn card in the Unalive Card Law Manor section. Cringe. Delete Bounce Man's YouTube channel. Next up, Doorkeeper Thrall. Artifacts and creatures entering the battlefield don't cost abilities trigger. Pretty basic. What matters here is the flash. The flash is what matters here. Like a lot. I think we've had cards before that stop, like, that have, like, the exact same text box as Thrall does. Yeah, there's... Oh, wait. Oh, never mind. Okay. JK. I know we've had, like, Tocatli Honor Guard, where only creatures entering cause abilities to not trigger. This thing is, like, way better. It's got flash, it's got flying, and it stops both artifacts and creatures entering from causing abilities to trigger. Really pushed. The fact that it's flash kind of makes it this, like, pseudo counterspell almost. I am always for white getting more flash shenanigans. I think white just kind of has always felt like a flash color to me. I also have felt like white is a card that could totally get counterspells, just like hard counterspells, not reprieve. No, like give white a cancel. I think they totally could, and it'd be like fine. But I don't know. Maybe I'm tweaking on that, chat. It is symmetrical, which makes me not like it as much, but I do not hate it. True, I mean, it is symmetrical. It's honestly not very often that white gets something that only stops your opponents. The only thing I can think of is Archon of Emeria, not Archon Pod Ember, no. Yeah, so Archive of Myria only stops non-basic lands or opponent's control from entering untapped. So you can play non-basics just fine. Your opponents cannot. Like white does get asymmetrical stacks effects, not very often. Like I said, the main allure here is the flash. I think the flash sets this thing to like really good if you can find the right shell for it. Moving on, we have Unexplained Absence. 3 and a white instant. For each player, exile up to one target non-land permanent that player controls. For each permanent exile this way, its controller cloaks the top card of their library. 4-mana instant, exile 3 things. Windgrace's Judgment. Eat your heart out. Five-mana instant for another opponent. Destroy target non-land permanent that player controls. 4-mana, exile them, and they get a worthless 2/2 that maybe they can turn up at some point. Just a really good value card. Like, you get so much card advantage on this, and it's exile, it's instant, it's a 3-for-1. Just a really good value card. Like, there's nothing really like inherently interesting about this. I don't think white gets a ton of effects that are like... JK, no, I do. I was gonna say white does not get any effects that's like destroy something, they get like a token as like reprieve, but they do. Like Generous Gift and like what's the one from Eldraine? Stroke of Midnight, there's that. Not much to say here. This is just like an insane value card for your white decks. Play this. It's 30 cents. Next up, Delny, Streetwise Lookout, 2 and a white, human scout creature. Creatures you control power 2 or less can't be blocked by creatures of power 3 or greater. If an ability of a creature you control with power 2 or less triggers, that ability triggers an additional time. We have a white Panharmonicon. Is Delny new? She's from Unalived at Karlov Manor. So, no. Going over 2024 sets here. Panharmonicon? That's like white exclusive? I don't think white has gotten effects of this. Wait, hang on. No. Wait. We had Elesh Dorn and Gandalf. We had Gandalf before. This one's 3 mana and also gives your low power creatures unblockable. So, all the token doublers. That's not really the same thing though, because token doublers token doublers specifically care about tokens. Delny here cares for like every small creature's trigger. So, she's also, oh my god, she's like $23. So yeah, people, her cheapest printing is $23. Her generic set printing, chat, can you see me? Yeah, we can see you. Nuts. I'm inclined to agree. I'm inclined to agree. Unblockable in white. I don't think that's a very common thing. Beyond like flying, I guess. $28 cards say can't be blocked on them. Yeah, that's like kind of wild. So, very interesting design for white here. Oh my god, no, wait. Our final card for Unalived at Karlov Manor. We have Immortal Obligation. 1 white for an instant. Return target creature card from an opponent's graveyard to the battlefield under their control with a duty counter on it. For as long as that creature has a duty counter on it, it is goaded, can't attack you or a permanent you control, and can't block creatures you control. Very strange. I don't know how to even feel about this one. So you reanimate something from your opponent's graveyard to their side of the field. It gets a duty counter. What do you mean security alert? No, it's old. Never mind. We're chill. We're chill. Reanimate something in your opponent's yard on their field, and then that creature can't attack you or planeswalkers you have, and also can't block your creatures. So it's like you take your opponent's biggest thing and say, hey, go wreck house, but don't touch me. Don't touch me there. So also 2-minute instant for that effect. This is one of those cards that you really can't judge from the face. You have to actually play it and give it a shot to actually determine whether or not the card's actually good. Built-in politics, yeah, for sure, 100%. I'm not sure. Card could be very cool, and also I want to say, since it specifies that it is goated, but still can't attack you or a permanent you control. So even if you end up in a scenario where it's only you and the person whose thing you reanimated left in the game, the thing you gave them back still can't touch you at all. Because it's not just goated. It's goated and also can't attack you or a permanent you control, and also can't block creatures. I played this card in the past year to peek on a Cayman. It's been useful like 3 times. Would you say it's been like a dead card most of the time? I still think it's a very interesting design. I'm not really sure what they could do with this design space, but the idea of giving your opponents their cards back and ensuring they can't be used against you again. There is rarely a thing that is both big enough to matter and useless enough to its owner that you want to play it. Okay. I can get that. I can understand that. Yeah, I'm not sure. Again, not inherently powerful. I mean, it's a 2-minute instant reanimation spell, but not for you, for your opponent. So, I don't know. Really weird card. Kind of cool. Not inherently powerful, but I think it's a very interesting design space that they might explore more in the future. Moving on to Fallout here. With our 1 white card. From the Fallout set. We have Over Encumbered. Not a curse, even though it really should be. 1 white for an aura enchantment. Enchant opponent. When this aura enters, enchanted opponent creates a clue token, a food token, and a junk token. At the beginning of combat on enchanted opponent's turn, that player may pay 1 for each artifact they control. If they don't, creatures can't attack this combat. So what's relevant about this card is that this is a stacks piece that actually scales with how big your opponent's board is, which is something that I don't think we've ever seen before. Like, the more artifact tokens your opponent has, the harder it is for them to pay the 1 mana to attack you. I would love to see more of this. Like, I would love to see stacks pieces that actually become more stacksy the bigger your opponent's boards are. That'd be really cool to see. Super cool design, and I think not only is it a super cool design, I also think it would be a way to make stacks pieces like more acceptable in the general public, because look, all right, oh my god, you played Sphere of Resistance, I'm gonna attack you until you die now because you made my spells cost 1 more. How dare you? If you play a stacks piece that does nothing to people who are behind, but affects the people with big boards a lot more, yo, WotC, hire me. Hire me as a designer, bro. Dude, that's so cool, though. That's a really cool design. And it makes sense because white is supposed to be the color of order, of balance, right? Everyone has to be equal. I really hope we see more designs like this in the future, bro. Legit. It is such a cool design. Balanced band, though. I know. I meant balance as in, like, the general aspect, not the card itself. Because it's too strong and too easily abusable. I'm already almost out of coffee. And that's it for that's it for Fallout. That's our one Fallout card that was noteworthy. Moving on to Outlaws of Thunder Junction for our white here. We have Angelic Sellsword. That's a lot of text. 4 and a white. Flying Vigilance 4/4 Angel. Sarah Angel, hello. Whenever Angelic Sellsword or another non-token creature enters the battlefield under your control, create a 1/1 red mercenary token with tap. Target creature is +1/+0. Whenever Angelic Sellsword attacks, if its power is 6 or greater, draw a card. I believe this is on here because there's not a lot of cards that give your non-tokens friends, if I recall correctly. I think. Again, it's been like months since I made this list of like notable cards, so I'm not gonna remember everything perfectly. How many? Oh my god, how many cards are 147? I'm not gonna look. It is white card draw that is power based. Again, power based card draw is usually reserved for green. So to see a thing that's like the power matters in white is a little weird. It is a strictly better Sarah Angel. What that's worth. Also, this card is not in Arena because it's from the precons. Womp womp. Core design gives your white creatures friends. I'd also like to bring up Angel of Indemnity. Do I have that on here? What is that? What is this? 5 and a white flying lifelink. When Angel of Indemnity enters battlefield, return target permanent card mana value 4 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. White has gotten cards that let you reanimate permanents before, but granted, to be fair, that's also usually with mana value 3 or less, not 4. So it is a new design space strictly due to the fact that it's like one tier higher, one echelon higher in mana value. Also has Encore, which is always based to see on my cards. Moving on here. We have Aven Interrupter. 1 white for a 2/2 flash flying bird rogue. When Aven Interrupter enters the battlefield, exile target spell. It becomes plotted, meaning its owner may cast it as a sorcery on a later turn without paying its mana cost. Spells your opponents cast from graveyards or from exile cost 2 more to cast. Again, this is like White's 4th pseudo counterspell, where it's like a counterspell, but not quite. The previous ones being Reprieve, Lapse of Certainty, and there's one more. I can't think of it. I know it exists, but I can't think of it right now. And of course, there's also just a sax piece for casting from anywhere other than your hand. To Memory Lapse, yeah. Yes, but Memory Lapse is 2 mana and blue. White did get Lapse of Certainty, but that's 3 mana, and I think that was back in, like, Alara block, right? Yeah, printed in Conflux, chat. Can you imagine? Took them, like, 10 years to print a second white counterspell. That's not actually a counterspell, it's an exile. Notable effect. Notable effect. The fact that it's exile target spell means it actually gets around, can't be countered on cards. How much does that matter? When, I mean, you only gotta pay 2 mana to recast it? I'm not sure. But it's a cool design. I'm a big voucher for White getting more stack interaction in general. So, I am very happy with it. It's a cool design. It's also, like, it's so weird. So, the regular set version is like $8, but the Planeswalker symbol promo version is $3. Not sure why. Very interesting. Next up we have Claim Jumper. 2 and a white for a 3/3 rabbit mercenary creature with vigilance. When this creature enters, if an opponent controls more lands than you, you may search your library for a Plains card and put it onto the battlefield. Then, if an opponent still controls more lands than you, repeat this process once. If you search your library this way, shuffle. So I personally, my opinion has always been that I actually really don't like the design of white cards that's like, this card only does something if your opponent is ahead of you. Because I think that sends a message that, like, this color can't do cool things unless it's losing. Kind of. Not exactly. It's not exactly that message, of course. I just kind of, like, I don't want my white deck to get a bunch of dead cards if I'm in the lead, right? I don't like that. I'm not a big fan of that design space. What is notable, however, is that this is, you get not 1 but 2 Knights of the White Orchid effects on a stapled together on 1 creature. Kind of wild. Also, he just has a very good body. 3/3 vigilance for 3. It probably still dies in combat because it's only a 3/3. Does the vigilance matter? I don't know. You know what does matter? Playing mono white and running like all these bounce lands and your Lotus Fields and Lotus Veils, and then blinking this guy to get as much value as possible. That matters a lot. That's pretty cool. Anyways, moving on here. We have Bugs Bunny, yeah. We have Sand Scouts. 1 white for a human scout creature, 2/2. When this creature enters, if an opponent controls more lands than you, search your library for a desert card. Wow. Again, another one of these cards. Put it on battlefield tapped, then shuffle. So, what if you wanted to be a Knight of the White Orchid, but God said deserts? You get Sand Scout. That's what you get. Oh, there's more text. There's more text. Hang on. Whenever 1 or more land cards are put into your graveyard from anywhere, create a 1/1 red, green, and white Sand Warrior creature token. This ability triggers only once each turn. Put into your graveyard. on a white card. Very interesting. But sand is coarse and rough and it gets everywhere. Yeah! Bro, when we get Star Wars vs. Beyond, I want to see deserts be a main theme of the set, bro. And then Anakin has, like, desert hate. Deserts enter the battlefield tapped and don't untap during the opponent's untap steps. Oh my god. Absolute cinema. Yes! Give me that, bro. Make Anakin hate on desert decks. Again, we keep seeing more of these, like, if you're behind on lands, you get more. We're probably going to reach a point pretty soon here where it's like your entire ramp package in your white decks can just be these, if you're behind on lands, ramp them like little dinky creatures. Probably won't be much longer. Actually, matter of fact, I want to see. I actually want to see how many cards are there in white now that have this text box where it's like, if controls more lands. 1, 2. No. 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 Cartographer's Hawk, kinda. 3, okay. Claim Jumper, 4. Keeper is 5. Knight is 6. Warhound, 7. Sand Scout is 8. Space Marine Scout is 9. Doubting Hawk is 10, but of course people don't like them when they cost more than 2 mana, so it's kind of like, eh. We have like 8-ish right now, 8, 9, 10-ish, somewhere around that line, depending on what your metrics for passing are. So we'll see how long it takes. Maybe by the time 2026 rolls around, you can have your all rinky-dink, like, small white creatures that grab planes if your opponents have more lands than you. Will that actually be meta? I don't know. We'll find out then. I see. Welcome to the stream, bro. When Anakin Skywalker Desert Scourge enters Tablet Desert and put sun cameras on them. This is on a repeat, right? No. Yes. Okay. Final Showdown seems pretty good. Funny story. That's actually the next card on our list. So good. What's the term I'm thinking of here? Good intuition, like the blue card. That's not banned for some reason, but Gifts is. What do you think of Cactuar? Cactuar is funny. I've played one Final Fantasy game, and that was Final Fantasy 1. I don't really quite understand the reference. I have played Monster Hunter World, where the Cactuars are like OP in that game, and they like slaughter monsters. I think it's funny, and I think it'll be funny to split Cactuar and then sack it to Disciple of Bolas to draw 1,000 cards and lose. That's what I think. Final Showdown. 1 white mana for an instant. Spree. Choose 1 or more additional costs. For 1 extra mana, you can have all creatures lose all abilities until end of turn. For 1 generic mana, you can choose a creature you control. It gains indestructible until end of turn. For 3 and 2 white mana, 5 mana total, you can destroy all creatures. Now chat. 6 mana, destroy all creatures. A little expensive, but it's also an instant, so you can't be too mad. 2 mana, save a creature. Pretty good. 2 mana, all creatures lose all abilities. Is actually a brand new effect on a white instant. We've had Humility before, I guess, but everyone hates that card because it makes Commander games miserable. But yeah, we've actually like never had a white instant that causes all creatures to lose all abilities. There's Humble, but that's target creature. So white now has its own version of like sudden spoiling. I feel like you either hate or love this card. There's no in between. You either think this card is like horrible and worthless and terrible and like unplayable, or you think it's like really good, amazing silver bullet shot card. I personally don't play it because I don't own one and I don't feel like buying one. I also have never played spoiling to begin with either in my black decks, so not sure how good it is, but I think white should get more effects that have creatures lose all abilities. Also, it would be a good way to kind of combat the indestructible epidemic going on right now. Because it feels like you need exile now with your removal, because so much dangerous stuff is just indestructible. Spree is great, makes a lot of cards, Swiss Army knives. So usually when it comes to modal cards, what happens is you're paying extra mana for the flexibility. A good example I always like to bring up is Insidious Will from Kaladesh. The set name, not the plane, the set name, Kaladesh. The planet's called Vishkar now. 4 mana counter spell is not good. 4 mana redirect is not good. 4 mana copy is not good. 2 mana make all creatures lose all abilities. That's a fair rate. 2 mana save a creature. Considering how green has like 5 1-mana spells that give a creature hexproof and indestructible for some fucking reason. I don't know why. I'm not sure. You know what's all right? You know what, chat? You know what, chat? Can I vent? Can I vent real quick? Can I vent real quick, chat? Can I vent real quick? Can I do that? So, funny story, right? The very first protection spell that did this was Blacksmith Skill. This was the very first 1-mana spell that gave a permanent hexproof and indestructible, right? So when this card got, when this card got previewed, I was so hyped. I was like, yes, white should be the color of protection, right? Yes, so cool, right? Yeah. And then green comes in, and they, for some reason, I cannot fathom why they did this, but they gave green like 5 copies of Blacksmith Skill. Why? 3. Okay, it's 3. Apologies. Is there one that's just indestructible? Defender Rider, Tyvar Stand, Tenyo Safekeeping. Withstand Death is old, but green be like mine. Yeah, of course, because green just has to do everything now. Of course. The Game Changer list, 3 cards that no one plays. As I'm sure you can tell, chat, there is absolutely no bias on this stream, by the way. We would never have bias towards any colors when we get to our end game ranking of the colors here. Is Show and Tell on the Game Changer list? It is not. Interestingly enough. Moving on here with our list. Vent over. You know what? I'm actually just gonna move this over here. There's no reason to be there. Our final card from Outlaws of Thunder Junction for white. We Ride at Dawn. 2 and white enchantment. Legendary creature spells you cast have Convoke. Whenever your commander attacks, create a 1/1 red mercenary creature token. Chat. white is the token color. This is essentially like a a white cryptolith, right? Right? It's a little different because you can only tap your creatures for legends, but as reparations, you get the ability to for your commander to make tokens for you. Show and Tell, Omniscience, and Infinite, and Labman are one. Yeah, that sounds right to me. Yep. You got it. Well, actually, not really, because exhibition is meant to be like you build decks around a theme, according to Gavin. So it's probably more like a 2, based on your intention, maybe. This card's great. White, giving your spells Convoke. Super on flavor. White has always kind of felt like the color of community. So being able to give your tokens extra uses beyond just the fact that they are tokens. Really cool. Good card. Good card. I hope we actually see more effects like this that actually give your little token creatures actual uses beyond just, you know, casting an anthem and swinging with them. That'd be kind of cool. Alright, moving on, chat, to Modern Horizons 3 for white here. We have Argent Dye. Hopefully I'm saying that right. Nope, you know what, matter of fact, hang on. I want to see, actually. Wait a minute. Y'all can't see that. What? French detected. What? No. What? Oh god, wait, no. I want English to English. I want English to up. Can I, oh my god. Oh no. Chat, hang on. No,
Silver Platform.
Silver Platform! Absolute Cinema. Okay. Can I, oh my god. Fine, I gotta do this, I guess. I gotta move it over slightly so y'all can see it.
Argent Deus.
Fuck! I said it wrong. Okay. Argent Deus. You got me. Do you think we'll ever get to see the OG Triumphs get reprinted? I would hope so. I can't imagine we wouldn't. You know, when we revisit Ikoria, they'll put them back into Standard. And we'll be in 5-color domain soup again. Great. The art is asymmetrical. Yes, you are correct. One Wyvern artifact. It enters with 2 oil counters on it. Someone called Diddy. Whenever 2 or more creatures attack, put an oil counter on its artifact. Pay 2, tap it, remove 2 oil counters from its artifact. Exile another target non-land permanent. Its controller draws 2 cards. Hello? Pay 2 mana. Exile a token, draw 2 cards. That seems pretty good, chat. And also, it can just be like an oblation, I think is what it's called. Kind of. It's not the exact same, right? Yeah, oblation is you shuffle the permanent into their library and draw 2 cards. This is just straight up exile. You exile a permanent and they get 2 cards back. Really good modal card. It's 12 cents. I don't know why. In what world is this thing not like $2 at least? Whenever also it's whenever 2 or more creatures attack in general, not just yours. So you could potentially be getting up to like 4 oil counters a turn. You could be getting 4 Diddies a turn, bro. That's crazy. Again, really cool card. It kind of is like an aristocrat card in white where you can exile your tokens and draw 2 cards. I know it technically doesn't count. It's kind of a bend in that way because you're not. I would say you're not supposed to use it that way, but I'm pretty sure I've seen a clip of Gavin himself saying like, this card is cool because you can target your own tokens with it and draw cards that way. Just a really good card. And pushed. It's almost like Modern Horizons sets are not balanced at all. That's pretty weird. Anyways, moving on here. Charitable Levy. Am I saying that right? Google, help me.
Charitable Levy.
Fuck. I got it wrong again, chat. I'm so sorry. Let me move this back. Charitable Levy. 1 white enchantment. Non-creature spells. Cost 1 more to cast. So it's Sphere of Resistance for non-creatures. Whenever a player casts a non-creature spell, put a collection counter on this enchantment. Then, if there are 3 or more collection counters on it, sacrifice it. If you do, draw a card. Then, you may search your library for a Plains card and put it on battlefield tapped. For 2 mana, chat! Yo, this is... It's Sphere of Resistance. And, like... rampant growth. That cantrips. For 2 mana. Now, you might say to yourself, but Bounce Man. What if I want to cast non-creature spells? Don't. Make your opponents pay for it. But Bounce Man. What if I'm in an all-creature pod? I don't know. Rip Bozo. Sorry. Womp tier. It's womp tier in that case. Just honestly, just a lot of value here. Seeing a stacks piece also ramp you and replace itself is kind of nuts. That's all I have to say about that, I think. Flare of Fortitude, chat. 2 white. Instant. You may sacrifice a non-token white creature rather than pay this spell's mana cost. Until end of turn, your left total can't change, and permanents you control gain hexproof and indestructible. How many cheap cards for my Myra the Magnificent deck? Who is Myra? I don't know who that is. Oh, it's this girl. If you're not running it already, Mizzix's Mastery. Try saying that 5 times fast. Mizzix's Mastery. Casual Graveyard. Also, cantrips. Those are always good. Flare of Fortitude. This is, like... I would say, like, budget to Fairy's Protection, but they're also, like, inherently very different cards. The biggest difference being that, you know, Teferi's is not free. Teferi's is not free. That's the big difference here. You can sacrifice 1 non-token, give your whole board hexproof and indestructible, and also your life can't change. It's a fog. it is. Honestly, I might say that this card is just better than Teferi's. Bro, Teferi's is not worth $40. There's no way. Ain't no way people are playing Teferi's when it's $40, bro. Ain't no way. Is it that good? I haven't played it before. It always kind of came off to me as just like a generically good like fog, like a better fog with upside. For $3, you can run Flare of Fortitude, and just for 0 mana, sack a non-target white creature, and give your whole board hexproof, indestructible, and prevent all life changing. Pretty good. It is a free protection spell. Players only destroy, true. So if someone casts a Farewell, Teferi's Pro saves you there, true. Yeah. Free protection spell. I will say white seems to have been getting actually a lot more better board protection spells, which I think they needed for a long time, because green once again had Heroic Intervention, which was like the most bang for your buck protection spell for a very long time. Teferi goes over Bounce and Exile until the next turn, preventing other board wipes from other players as well. True. I don't know. Like, it's a good card. I'm not sure it's $40 good. That's all I'm saying, chat. That's all I'm saying. Moving on here. We have Jolted Awake. 1 white mana sorcery. Choose up to 1 target artifact or creature card in your graveyard. You get 2 energy. Then, you may pay an amount of energy equal to that card's mana value. If you do, return it from your graveyard to the battlefield. 1 mana reanimation for artifacts. We've had, I think, we just got, like 2 years ago, we got, Helping Hand, which is just Unearth for white. It comes in tapped, which makes it slightly worse. But it is, Unearth. Jolted Awake gets back artifacts as well. Also, the fact that it is a energy scaling card means that you can actually potentially get back higher costed things than white would usually be allowed to do at the cost of energy. So, find out how to insert an energy package into your deck, and you got a really good... You might have yourself a white reanimate, chat. I ain't gonna lie. Pretty good. Just kind of pushing the boundaries of what white is allowed to actually reanimate from the graveyard. That's all. Metastatic Evangel. 1 white for a 3/1 Phyrexian human cleric creature. Whenever any other non-token creature you control enters, proliferate. Obviously, brand new design. We have never seen anything like this. The closest example I want to say is like Inexorable Tide in blue, which is whenever you cast a spell proliferate, that's 5 mana, do nothing on an enchantment. This is 2 mana on a creature. Whenever a non-token enters, in general, proliferate. Go is kind of nuts. We have been through like 20 cards, and we've been live for an hour. I ain't gonna lie, chat. This might have to be a part 2 stream at some point. I have like 200 cards here I gotta go through. I don't know. We'll see what happens. We'll see how far we can go. Very good card. A great, like, engine for, like, counters in general. Really good. Really good effect. Welcome to the stream. Just a good card. Just a good card. And also, once again, as with every Horizon set, to be honest, at this point. Let's be real. Pushing the boundaries of what counters, how strong an engine you can get for counters in general. Next up on our whites, next up in white for Modern Horizons 3, we have Pearl Ear. Imagine being born and your parents name you Pearl Ear. I'd be so pissed, bro. I'd be so pissed. A reminder for anyone just joining the stream, we're going through each set for each color and highlighting the most innovative or unique and or just really powerful cards that each color got. And once we finish with all of White's new cards, we will go ahead and figure out where White sits in the commander dynamic of the format right now. Pearl Ear, 1 white for a legendary Fox Advisor creature, 3/4 lifelink. Enchantment spells you cast have affinity for auras. Don't think I gotta say this, but this is the first time this line of text has appeared ever. Whenever you cast an aura spell that targets a modified permanent you control, draw a card. Equipment, auras, and counters are modifications. I believe the only white aura enchantress we've had before is Core Spirit Dancer, not Spirit Dancer. No, I'm so sorry. Like, the only actual aura enchantress we've had before was this girl, which was whenever you cast an aura spell in general, you may draw a card. Pearl Ear is you cast an aura spell that targets a modified permanent control, the said modification likely being another aura. And also, she ramps you for your auras as well with the affinity. I don't think there's almost anything that gives affinity in general, to be honest. Tezzeret gives creature and planeswalker spells you cast affinity for artifacts. And then Microsith Golem gives affinity for artifacts. So Pearl Ear, I think, is like the first ever enchantment-based affinity effect. Which is kind of nuts. Right, chat? Obviously, auras are a very narrow archetype in general, because, you know, people just kind of like, I think part of the issue is that people just don't really care for auras in general that much. So there is that issue. But hey, more aura support. How do we fix red? Question of the day. Without making it terrible for casual pods with Krenko and Perforos. We'll get there when we get to red, which honestly, given the rate we're going, we might not even get to red today. I might have to do a part 2 stream. I have 200 cards almost to go through here, so we're like halfway done with white. So we'll finish up white here, and we'll rate white in terms of where it is in the Keymander dynamic, guys. Next up, we have Silver Quill Lecturer. 4 white, 3/3 core wizard. Creature spells you control demonstrate. Meaning, whenever you cast a creature spell, you may copy it. If you do, choose an opponent to also copy it. Each copy becomes a token. I don't think white has, like, ever gotten something that lets them copy spells in general, dude. Like, I'm like 99% sure that's just not a thing white gets. Right? Am I tweaking? No. What is demonstrate? Oh, good question. Whenever you cast a creature spell with Demonstrate, being all of them, you may copy it. If you do, choose an opponent to also copy it. Each copy becomes a token. First of all, no one plays this. Probably because it's too slow. God forbid we play cool cards that are a little slow in Commander nowadays. How dare we? What's the strategy? I don't know. Do you need one? It's a 5-mana spell that says you copy all your creatures. I mean, your opponent gets one too, which is like, I'm not sure how big of a downside that is. I guess to be fair, I wouldn't really want to give my opponent a giant fat angel. You got me there, but like, is it powerful? Yes and no, because you know I don't want to give my opponents busted angel creatures, but you get 2, chat. And also, again, like, white doesn't get the ability to copy spells at all. There's Thurid, Mare of Destiny. Oh, God forbid. Wow. What a great card. I can copy my Pegasus, Unicorns, and Horse spells. Ah! Absolute cinema. Card's nuts, bro. But, like, also not really, because I don't want to give my opponents free creatures. I don't know. Just a really cool card. I don't think it entails anything. I don't think we're going to see... Again, this is the first white card ever that lets you copy spells in general. So, we'll see if that gets used anymore in the future. Might not. I don't know. Moving on. We have White Orchid Phantom. 2 white mana for a 2/2 flying first strike Spirit Knight creature. When White Orchid Phantom enters the battlefield, destroy up to 1 target non-basic land. Its controller goes and gets a land and puts the battlefield tapped. Just so we're clear, chat, you can't play this in bracket 3. It's unlimited land destruction. Or actually, no. You can, right? Because it's mass land denial that they specify, right? Or am I tweaking? Where is it? No, mass land denial. Oh, no, you can't. So, okay, so you can play White Orchid Phantom in, brackets, 1, 2, and 3. Okay, never mind. Someone walked out of FNM last night because you targeted a Reliquary Tower with Molten Rain. Who the hell runs Molten Rain? And first of all, who runs Molten Rain? That's kind of based on your part for running that. Second of all, who gets mad at being targeted by a Molten Rain, bro? What? Deserved on their part, to be honest. And good for you for playing base cards and like interesting cards that no one really sees that often. Good on you. White Orchid Phantom. So funny little stipulation, chat. This card does not say destroy up to 1 land if you do. It just says destroy and then search for a land card. So what you can do, chat, is you can run a Dark Steel Citadel to target it with your White Orchid Phantom and blink it over and over and over again to go and ramp more and more basic lands. Absolute cinema. The only person to get mad at is the person who resolves Armageddon. Bro, honestly, alright, listen. I run Death Cloud in Atraxa, okay? I actually honestly don't even think... Like... This is off topic. but like I think everything in Commander should be fine, minus making the game go longer for no reason. I think Armageddon is fine if you have like actually good intention behind doing so. If you're jamming in Armageddon for no reason just to make games go longer, it's like, okay, dude, great, awesome, whatever. Like, Commander is only as unfun as you make it. I cannot tell you how many times people have played like salty, like wacky, wild cards like Death Cloud, and then we all have fun because no one actually takes that seriously. Cards like that only become not fun when someone at the pod becomes like pissy and starts getting like, no, you can't cast that, no! Like that's the actual problem. Like my actual advice I can give to everyone playing Commander, like, just let things happen. Don't take like game actions personally. If your big creatures die because they're giant flying demons that say destroy someone's entire family and it gets removed, it's part of the game, bro. It's fine. It's not a big deal. It's chill. Don't take it seriously. Anyways, moving on here. White Wicked Phantom. Good card. I believe it's like the first white creature that actually blows up lands. Am I tweaking? White. Destroy land creature. Commander Sophia Daguar can destroy a legendary permanent. So if someone has a, I would say Valakut, but that's not legendary somehow. Urborg. You can blow their Urborg up. Anyways, yeah. This is the first white creature that actually blows up lands. Interesting. Very interesting. Moving on to our final white card here from Modern Horizons 3. Wrath of the Skies, chat. Wrath of the Skies. X white. Sorcery. You get X energy counters. Then, you may pay any amount of energy. Destroy each artifact, creature, and enchantment with mana value less than or equal to the amount of energy paid this way. I think non-basic land hate is pretty base and should be more common. I agree. 100%. I really hope that I hope the finalized version of the bracket system gives a difference between mass land denial and like non-basic land denial. Because right now, the current system bunches Blood Moon and Armageddon together, which is like not fair at all, in my opinion. Ocelot's probably should be on this list. So, it's not because, again, it's not really a new design. It's just like a token. Can I get it in English, please? What? Hello? Excuse me? There we go. Like, it's a token doubler. White's already gotten like 10 of those. It's a powerful card, don't get me wrong, but it's not really a new or innovative design. So that's why I didn't include it. Wrath of the Skies can be like a 2-mana Achroma's Vengeance. Now, granted, you need energy. How much of a downside is that? Figure it out. Chat. My mission for you is to find a way to incorporate an energy package into your decks to play all the good energy cards. In before chat starts spamming, get out in my chat. Yeah, you can also pay X mana to gain energy as well if you need extra, which is good. It's not you're not stuck with like, oh, this is a 2-mana do nothing because I have no mana to spend. It can also just be like 4 mana, blow up all small artifacts, creatures, and enchantments, which is like not bad at all. Would you play a culling ritual that didn't gain you mana, chat? Would you play that? Would you play this if it didn't add you mana? Would you play that? Like, actually, I'm curious. Would you play that, chat? I would play that. Let's go! Let's go! So, like, yeah, like, even if you aren't in an energy deck, or even like aren't running an energy package, this can still be like a rich culling ritual that doesn't add mana, which is like still fine. And I think that that's pretty cool. Anyways, moving on to Assassin's Creed here for white. Nothing. Moving on to Bloomburrow here in white. We have we have Dawn's Truce. 1 white for an instant. Gift a card. You may promise an opponent a gift as you cast this spell. If you do, they draw a card before its other effects. Instant. You and permanents in control gain hexproof until end of turn. If the gift was promised, permanents in control also gain indestructible until end of turn. People gotta protect them 3 mana rocks. True. Like actually. I actually think people should play 3 mana rocks more often. They're very overhated. Like I understand. Like if your commander is 4 mana, I understand wanting to only play 2 mana rocks because you know gotta get that curve out. But if your commander is like 3, 5, 6 mana, 3 mana rocks are fine in my opinion. Play them. They're actually good. There's also a lot that are actually like really just like solid utility. Dawn's Truce. What if you wanted Heroic Intervention, but God said, gift a card? Alright, bro. Chill out with that. Chill. Dawn's Truce is so clutch. A lot of people think it's like Heroic Intervention, but it gives you the player hexproof. That is true. If you oh god, what's a good example here? If somebody casts a cruel ultimatum targeting you, you get a nice and powerful 2 mana counter spell for your cruel ultimatums. If someone in your pod is running cruel ultimatum in 2025, mad respect to them, because that card is like really not great nowadays. But yeah, 2 mana intervention that also gives your face hexproof. Your opponent also draws a card, but does that matter in a 4-player format? Oh no. 1 card. It's probably gonna be a basic land or something like that. This is notable because it's like the first actually good white protection spell that's 2 mana. I guess you could say that like Surge of Salvation counts as well, but or not this thing. What is it called? The thing from Obi-Wan. It's got Convoke and gives your it like phases out your board. Oh no. Oh no, chat. Isn't it Surge something? Or am I tweaking? Oh no. Oh no, what's it called, chat? I can't remember. I can't remember what it's called. Oh no. Convoke. Phase out. Bounce Ban Fraud Alert. Bounce Ban Fraud Alert. This. You could say that this is like the second, like a 2 mana protection spell because it's got Convoke. So you're not actually paying mana for it. It's also $15. Little music, thank you. I've been getting worried lately that I've been like using the same music too much. Because I've had this playing in the past streams as well, but I'm glad to hear y'all like it. But yeah, Dawn's Truce, white now finally has a Heroic Intervention that does give your opponent a card, one card, but there's upside for that reason. It gives you hexproof as well. which is respectable. Respectable. Next up, we got Dewdrop Cure. Dewdrop Cure, 2 and a white, sorcery, gift a card. Return up to 2 target creature cards each with mana value 2 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. If the gift was promised, instead return up to 3 target creature cards each with mana value 2 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Hello? Lurrus, eat your heart out? Like, hello? Okay. 3 mana, reanimate 3 creatures. In white, of all things. The closest example of this is, like, Patch Up and Proclamation of Rebirth. White has gotten cards in the past that say, like, return multiple 1-drops to the field. Patch Up being, you know, you can return 3 1-drops or a 2 and 1-drop or just a 3-drop. And then the chest construction balance. Okay. And then Proclamation. Oh god. No, it's A. It's A. Is 3 mana sorcery. Return up to 3 target creature cards with mana value 1 or less from your graveyard to the field. So, this is easily the strongest one of these effects we've ever seen. 3 mana, return 3 2-drops. Actually wild. So much value for 1 card. Your opponent gets a card. Wow, who cares? I mean, it's a downside, but you know what else is a downside? Getting stabbed. What is that joke? Moving on. We got moving on, chat. We have Jackdaw Savior. 2 and a white. One more, you have Raise the Pass. What is Raise the Pass? What is that? But that's 4 mana, though. That's 4 mana, though. Unfair comparison. Unfair comparison. Unfair comparison. Look at that gift card. I love Perch. Nah. Nah, there's no way you love Perch Protection, bro. Nah. Nah, bro. There's no way. There's no way you like this card. There's no way. You like this? Gift an extra turn. Yes. Hello? Is it based or cringe department? I kind of don't know. I mean, it's based that you like this. It's also kind of odd that you like... I don't know. It's a cool card. That card is good. I play it in my city deck unless someone kills someone else while I phase out. You make 4 blue bird tokens of flying. If the gift was promised... Wait a minute. Is it Raise the Past in Foundations? Okay, I actually did not have it on the list. So you know what? You got me there. You got me there. Also, I give players who are behind if I can. Okay, that's fair. It's in Foundations, yeah. I did not have it on the list, so thank you for that. I actually did miss it. I mean, it's not only a super fair comparison to Dewdrop Cure because it is 1 mana more. So I mean, I would expect it to be an upgrade. You won with this? You won with this one time? I mean, it's kind of funny, right? It's an instant, yo, real quick on your end step, take an extra turn, bro. That's kind of funny. I'll give it to you. It's kind of funny when it's like, dude, what the fuck? Why'd you do that? Why did you give the guy in the lead an extra turn? Okay, you know what? I'll give it to you. What is it? You make 4 birds, and all your permanents phase out. Okay, so it's Teferi's Pro, but you get 4 birds. But you also gift an extra turn. Okay. Also mess with turn rotation so someone can go before a problem player does. True. You know what? I fuck with it. You've convinced me, chat. You convinced me. This card's actually cool. Like I saw a gift an extra turn, and I was like, oh my god, what the hell? No, trash. Get it out of here. I would never ever give someone an extra turn. But you know what? Maybe you're right, chat. Maybe you're right. I'm convinced. I don't play white decks, even though I try so hard to make white work so often. But maybe like my only white deck right now is Urza, the white blue Urza. And that deck is honestly just struggling right now. Like I cannot figure out what the right list is for him. Will I throw Perch Protection in? I don't know, maybe. We'll see what happens. But back to our regularly scheduled card review. We have Jackdaw Savior. 2 and a white, Flying Bird Cleric, 3/1. Whenever this creature or another creature with flying dies, return another target creature card with lesser mana value from your graveyard to the battlefield. Again, white reanimation. Also has like some insane synergy with the moth from Ikoria, I think, because the moth returns things with flying counters, and Jackdaw Savior returns things without returns. When a creature with flying dies, you return another creature card with lesser mana value from your of the battlefield. So when they die as a Luminous Broodmoth reincarnation, you get to like bring them back or bring something else back without the flying counter. So you get this weird like looping creature search going on. Is it good? Probably somehow, but I'm not sure how you're gonna figure it out, because if you're running Jackdaw Savior, you're probably already in a flying deck. So why would you be playing Broodmoth in the first play? Yeah, never mind. Actually, this card's terrible. Don't play this. Anyways, board insurance on a 3-mana card. It's also reanimation on a white card that doesn't have the weird like mana value clause. Moving on, chat. We got Parting Gust. 2 white mana instant. Gift a tapped fish. Absolute cinema. Exile target non-token creature. If the gift was not promised, return that creature to the battlefield under its owner's control with a +1/+1 counter on it at the beginning of the next end step. So this can be a blink spell, or a removal spell. Looking at white cards reanimation or just white cards in general. So for anyone just joining, I'll recap it, which I probably should do anyways, because not everyone's gonna know what we're really doing here. We're going over each set for each color, basically highlighting what I believe are like the most innovative, most interesting, and or just the most generally powerful new cards, and how they affect the current Commander social format, like social hierarchy of colors. So we're going by set for color here for white. After Bloomburrow, we have Duskmourn and Foundations, and then once we've covered all of white entirely, we will be, that's the wrong page, we will be going over how we believe white fares in general in Commander right now, and we'll figure out if white is balanced, is a little too strong, chill out, definitely needs help, that sort of thing. So basically right now we're just highlighting the most interesting cards white got in 2024, and then we'll use that info to figure out where white stands in the current Commander social hierarchy. Parting Gust. It can be protection or removal in the same card for only 2 mana at an instant. Just a really strong modal card that, honestly, I have seen no one running. But that might be because I just don't really see a lot of white in general nowadays. Moving on, chat. Aha. Our final card from Bloomburrow. Starfall Invocation. 3 white. Gift a card. Destroy all creatures. If the gift was promised, return a creature card put into your graveyard this way to the battlefield under your control. So, everyone knows this card now. It's 5 mana. Most people probably look at this and think to themselves, oh, it's a 5 mana Wrath of God that saves my best creature. That's pretty good. But what everyone ignores is that the creature dies and then comes back. This thing lets you get a death trigger and an ETB trigger on a 5 mana Wrath that also saves your best creature for only 1 more mana than Wrath of God. The value is insane. For 1 more mana, you save your best creature and get any death or ETB effects that card gives, which is a first for a white card. We have seen white cards that will let you save 1 creature beforehand, I believe. Let's find out together, chat, you and me. 60 cards, destroy all creatures. Damning Verdict might count because it destroys all creatures without counters on them. Fell the Mighty, destroy all creatures of power greater than target creature's power. The white mythic production gives indestructible. What is it? I just had it here. Final Showdown. Yeah. That does count as well. But again, this card gives you an ETB and a death trigger attached to a board wipe, which is a first, 100% for a first. So, honestly, I think the ability to like farm death triggers in general is really rare. Like the only one I can think of is Rescue from the Underworld. Super weird black card. You sacrifice a creature, and then the creature you sacrifice gets returned on a later turn. So you can get a death trigger without actually losing the creature for good. It's a very odd effect that honestly doesn't really appear that much outside of like, unless you count something like Nightmare Shepherd, where it's like when a creature dies, you make token copies of it. Spelled it wrong. Womp womp. There's also this might count as well. But yeah, generally, white card, you don't really see the ability to farm death triggers attached to board wipes. So, cool design, and also a new design for white. Moving on to Duskmourn here with our 3 cards. We have Dazzling Theater and Prop Room. This is the weird, like, double face enchantments. It's rooms. Basically, you can cast one side, and then on a... Actually, you can cast one side, and then whenever you want, at a sorcery speed, cast... You unlock the other side. In this case, we have Dazzling Theater, which gives your creature spells Convoke. As we said, I love that in white. We have Prop Room, which is the worst half of Seaborn Muse. You untap each creature during each other player's tap step. I'm a big fan of them giving more white cards the ability to give your creatures Convoke. This is huge. White is the token color. So white getting these spells that just allow you to give all your stuff Convoke is like actually really strong and also very fitting for white in general. So now we're getting to see white get like it's almost like Cryptolith, right? As I mentioned earlier, where it's like white is gain the ability to give its creatures the ability to produce mana. Really cool. I have a Jeskai Convoke deck, and this is a no-brainer include. Yeah, like it's ramp, and also becomes like a, I guess it's also like a 7 mana Seedborn Muse kind of if you cast both sides, but it's also 2 separate payments of 4 and 3, so it's not super comparable. But yeah, again, white gained the ability to give your stuff Convoke. Really on flavor. I think it fits white as a color. Just generally, a thing that I think white deserves to have more of. This is the second time we've seen a white card give spells Convoke. The first one was from Third Junction, where it was, we ride at dawn. Me when I am riding at dawn. It's 6 a.m. Cool card. In general. Just a generally cool card and like powerful card as well. Next up. We got Split Up. 3 mana sorcery. Choose one. Destroy all tapped creatures, or destroy all untapped creatures. I'm pretty sure this is the first white card that's ever had a wrath effect that's based on creatures being tapped or untapped. Not sure how it's a asymmetrical wrath, but you have to play into it. Like, you have to cast this on your turn, and your opponents have to have had attacked the turn before, or on their turn before rather. Excuse me. Or you have to have the full swing and then cast this and choose untapped creatures. Wand of Wardsoul is also a white man rock thing you have spoken poke. True. True. That card does exist, but not souls, plural, no. But it's only 1 spell per turn, also attached to a 3 mana rock, and you know how people are like, oh, 3 mana bad! 3 mana bad, no! So there is that as well, right? Good with the Azorius nonsense from Wildsville Drain. Oh yeah, all of like the freeze sub-theme, right? Yeah. With Hilda. Yeah, Hilda. Ugh. Her name is Hilda, right? I'm not tweaking. Yeah, Hilda. Yeah. This card be nuts in that deck. Also, like, 3 mana Wrath. The closest thing white has to, their own version of Toxic Deluge, I believe. Does white have any other 3 mana Wraths? Oh, wait, no. There's, Vanquish the Horde. We just 2 mana blow up everything. On Skibidi. Alright, cool. Moving on here. To our final Dustborn card. Not a lot here. Dustborn didn't really give white a ton compared to other sets. Enduring Innocence. What if you wanted to be a welcoming vampire, but Valgavoth said sheep? 1 white for an enchantment creature, Sheep Glimmer lifelink. Whenever 1 or more other creatures you control with power 2 or less enter, draw a card. And it's got the snoozer text. Oh, it's got the snoozer text, chat. But wait, there's more. When Enduring Innocence dies, if it was a creature, return it to the battlefield under its owner's control. It's an enchantment. It's not a creature. So we got a power crept welcoming vampire, chat. Goddamn. We got power crept welcoming vampire before GTA 6. I can't believe this. So for 1 extra white mana, you get the fact that it has to die twice as opposed to once. That's kind of it. That's all I have to say about this one. Ugh. I mean, it's a good card. I don't like that it only triggers once each turn, but if you have 10 cards that say this triggers once each turn, you'll probably draw 2 of them somehow, right? Yeah, that math checks out. And moving on to our final set of the year of 2024 for white, chat. We have Foundations. Core sets revamped. Celestial Armor. 2 in a white. Artifact Equipment. Flash. When this equipment enters, attach it to target creature you control. So you get a free equip cost the first time. I like that. That creature gains hexproof and indestructible until end of turn. And the equipped creature gets +2/+0 and has flying. Equipment that is also protection. I think we also had Mithril Plate back in Lord of the Rings. Right? Is it not plate? Mithril Coat, sorry. But that's only legendary creatures. It's not any creature. So for the same mana cost, it's got to add white to the mix. You can attach it to any creature. It gains hexproof and indestructible. But you don't gain the protection permanently. It's only for 1 turn. But it also gives a power boost and flying. Zendikar Rising gave us Maul of the Skyclaves, which was, I believe this is the first time we ever saw a equipment just come in and automatically attach to a creature. It gave you a free first equip activation, which was relevant. This card also did work in Standard, believe it or not, because just simply due to the fact that it was free, but no flash, sadly. Yes, that was a downside. So, white is a equipment color. It is the equipment color, arguably. And now you get to run this as a first of all, just a generally good like stat bonus that's also protection, and also has flash, so you can cast it on your opponent's turns and hold up mana. Good card. Next up, we have Crystal Barricade, chat. Crystal Barricade. 1 white artifact creature wall defender. You have hexproof. Prevent all non-combat damage that will be dealt to other creatures you control. So white has gotten you have hexproof before. I think the example I can think of that first comes to mind is Shalai. Shalai gives you hexproof, period, on a 4-mana creature. The Angel from Aftermath. What's it called? I don't remember. No one remembers Aftermath because that set was so weird. Metropolitan. Reformer, yeah. So she gives hexproof. And white has also gotten cards to prevent non-combat damage before with Blessed Sanctuary. This is a 5-minute enchantment that prevents all non-combat damage to you and creatures. And that's 5 mana. So 3 mana for you have hexproof, 5 mana for prevent all non-combat damage to creatures, plus some upside. This is 2 mana that does both. Very pushed design. So white's not really getting anything new here. It's more so the fact that it just does so much for so little mana. Goated card, as someone in chat said. Our final card for white, chat. We have Exemplar of Light. 2 white, 3/3 flying angel creature, 3/3. Whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. Whenever you put 1 or more +1/+1 encounters on this creature, draw a card. It happened, chat. They finally gave life gain and actually good payoff. Can you believe it? Can you actually believe it? They finally gave white an actually playable life gain card draw effect. Only took 30 years. The next best thing is like what? Well of Lost Dreams, I think. Where you gotta pay 4 mana for a do nothing card, where you gotta pay X every time I draw the cards. This card is still good. Don't get me wrong, it's more so the fact that it's like, you gotta like pay 4 mana up front to do nothing. I don't think, I actually want to see, is there any like, I'm not forgetting anything, right? Gained life draw and mono white. There's Dawn of Hope, but you gotta pay 2 mana every time. That's pretty not good. Fasting, chat. Ugh. If you would begin your draw step, you may skip that and step instead. If you do, you gain 2 life. Oh! It's power. It's power, chat. There's Sigarda Splendor, I guess, but that's like an upkeep trigger. And there's the Gaffer. Okay, the Gaffer is probably like the next best thing for actually good life gain card draw. But yeah. White actually got good like life gain card draw now, chat. And that is the final card for our white category. So, chat. Where do we think white stands in Commander? I think, my personal opinion, I think white is easily the hardest color to judge on its face, because it has so many cards where their efficiency fluctuates throughout the game. We just saw white got like, I think 2, even 3 cards that are like, oh, this card only does something if your opponent's ahead of you. So there is that aspect as well. What we thinking, chat? You know what? I'm actually gonna make a poll real quick. Can I do that? I make a poll, right? Yeah. When our opponent's not ahead of white. True. True. Our poll is up, chat, for anyone who wants to vote. White, I think, is very strong but situational. I agree. I think white right now, first of all, we should clarify 100%. White has gotten a ton of new support for Commander in the past, like, 2, 3, 4 years. Like, it's definitely the color that has gotten the most help out of all of them recently. We just saw white got a ton of new effects that it like either didn't get before, or a ton of like new bonuses to designs they already got beforehand. As I was saying, I think white is easily the hardest color to judge on its face, because it's, as someone in chat said, it is a very situational color. Like, between stacked pieces and the ramp not working once you get enough lands. I think someone in chat said it pretty well. When are opponents not ahead of white? Right? Hot, funny, rhyme. Like one thing I always think back to when it comes to white as a color is like white by itself, right? when you put white by itself, it becomes a very generic, like, streamlined color. You're either playing life gain or you're playing tokens. There's also stacks as well, but it kind of feels like white is, like, narrow, I guess? Is it fair to say white feels narrow, chat? Because it feels like you gotta do life gain, tokens, or stacks, and that's kind of it. White sucks as mono. It shines with help other colors. True, I agree. I think white is better than red now in Commander. Okay. I can get behind that, I think. Chat is saying balance for most part. I think I agree. Like, white has gotten some insane haymakers over the past few years. Farewell, for example, is a very strong board wipe, which I think white deserves 100%. It's gotten a lot of actually really good card draw that's not, but even, like, besides Trouble in Pairs, right? We've gotten Merchant of Truth, Wojak Investigator. We've gotten the life gain card. We got Exemplar of Lights in Foundations. Assemble the Players. Keeper of the Accord as well in Commander Legends. Yeah. I think white has so much interaction, but as I said, it's so much situational. We also saw white is actually getting like Convoke enablers now too. Like, now they're actually getting ways to give. Like before, it felt to me like the only thing your tokens did was just be tokens, and they did nothing until you actually got an Anthem on board. We're seeing now that that Wizards is pushing for the ability to give all of your tokens abilities besides just being able to attack. Like we saw with Armed with Proof, turns your clues into equipment. We saw with Merchant of Truth, gives your clues Exalted. We saw not one but two cards that give your creatures in white Convoke. So they actually turn into ways to produce mana for you. Like, dude, we are... Like, it's so hard to tell. It's so hard to tell if white's ramp is, like, terrible or really good. Because, again, white can ramp a crap ton of lands, but that's only if there's a green player at the pod who is a green fiend casting 10 rampant growths a turn. So being able to have these cards that ramp you, that are based on your, your go wide decks, give your tokens Convoke. That's a big deal. That's a big deal. I think cards like Aurim's Chant and Flare Forger is cool. And don't forget Delny amount of white pairing. So with new cards like the Hera Parents, true. We did review Delny earlier, and she is a Panharmonicon for small creatures, which again is a new design. I think I'm kind of agree with chat here, honestly. I think I agree white right now is a perfectly balanced color. It doesn't feel too weak. It's gotten a lot of support the past 4 years. It can do a lot of cool stuff it couldn't do before. It's got a lot of like... It's got a lot of like good utility pieces while also getting new designs that perfectly fit the color, I think, as well. I want to say white's going to be efficient at low mana and more support for lower power creatures has made it pretty nice. I agree. I think I agree, chat. A majority has said balanced. I think I agree. It took us 2 hours to get through one color. And I'm realizing now I forgot to actually add colorless to this list. I gotta do that actually. 2 hours for one color. Wow. All right. If I sit here for all 5 colors plus colorless and multicolor, I'm gonna be here like 12 hours, bro. Nah, we definitely gotta do a part 2 stream at some. We gotta end this at some point. Colorless? You mean Eldrazi? Oh no, I mean colorless. I mean colorless. Don't worry, we're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. Alright, chat. White right now is a balanced color. I agree. Don't worry. White was the exciting one. Everything else basically didn't change. We'll see. We'll see. We shall see what happens. Alright, chat. Rewinding now. Back to blue here. Our very first card from Mild Inconveniences at Karlov Manor. We have Case of the Ransacked Lab. So just to recap here, for anyone joining the stream, we are going over the most interesting, most innovative, and or just straight up powerful cards each color got in the year of 2024 and going through each set. And by the end of this, we will figure out where blue ranks in the social hierarchy of commander colors. Alright. Our first card, chat. Case of the Ransacked Lab. 2 and a blue for a case enchantment. Instant and sorcery spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. To solve, you've cast 4 or more instant and sorcery spells this turn. If unsolved, solve at the beginning of your next end step. If the case is solved, whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, draw a card. So, it's kind of hard to believe, but blue for a very long time actually did not get a ton of instant and sorcery based draw a card engines. Like we got Archmage Emeritus in Strixhaven, which is Magecraft. When you cast or copy an instant source spell, you draw a card. Archmage of Runes we got this year. You draw spells for casting instant sorceries. Case of Ransacked Lab we got this year, which again is a instant and sorcery draw engine. We got the Saga Jin-Gitaxias as well. Like, there's really not a ton of mono blue instant and sorcery draw engines, if you can believe it. Like, there was the oh shit, hang on, wait a minute. Wait, no, I'm stupid. Like, there was the there was this Jin-Gitaxias, where your non-creature spells man value 3 or greater draw you cards. So, Gaffer jump scare. So, you could kind of count this, I guess. But, I mean, this year alone, we got, like, 2, almost 3 of these effects. Also, we got a mono blue instant and sorcery cost reducer. For a very long time, it was literally only Goblin Electromancer, which is a blue-red card. Like, there's Arcane Melee that affects everyone. Baral was, I think, the first asymmetric instant sorcery spell reducer. Or the first asymmetric instant sorcery spell cost reducer. Beyond him, I guess there was Voracious Reader. If you could transform him. We got Phantom Magic in Baldur's Gate. Bets 4 mana and is based on you casting your commander, so not a lot of people like it because it's like 4 mana do nothing sometimes. And once again this year we got a lot of effects that do this. There's also Jace's Sanctum as well, but again, 4 mana means that people kind of don't like it that much. The Whale, Aluge, yeah. But, yeah, like there is, a lot of... It seems this year that Wizards gave Blue a lot of instant and sorcery spell cost reduction ramp and instant and sorcery based card draw, which is interesting to say the least. What that means, we will get to that as we go. We'll get to profs. Don't worry. It's on the list. I got it. We'll get there. Next up, we have Case of... what am I doing? You know what? Fine. Might as well type it now. We have Case of the Shifting Visage, or Visage, from the Commander Precons. 1 blue for a Case enchantment. Then your upkeep, Surveil 1. To solve, there are 15 or more cards in your graveyard. If solved, whenever you cast a non-legendary creature spell, copy that spell. So, we've had, like, swarm intelligence effects where you can copy your instant and sorcery spells. This copies creature spells, which is very unique for Blue. Like we've had cards that make token copies, of course. Like I guess Clone Legion is like the best example I can think of. This actually copies the spells themselves. Yeah, like this feels very weird for Blue to get. It's also just a surveil engine, so you get cards collection every turn for free. Feels like a Golgari enchantment. Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. It is a very odd effect for Blue to have. Oh. Hey, chat. Remember this thing? Conspiracy Unraveler. 5 blue for a Sphinx Detective creature, 6/6 flying. You may collect 10 evidence rather than pay the mana cost for spells you cast. Oh my god, dude, this thing is so weird. Like, it's not out of colors because Blues had Omniscience before. For only 3 more mana, you can cast Omniscience and just cast your hand for free. I will say, I guess you can cast spells from places other than your hand for free with this thing, which is like... I don't know. If you're full of expensive stuff to avoid paying for, your graveyard will be full of... Bro, I'm talking so much, I feel like my brain getting cut off from oxygen. If you are full of expensive stuff to avoid paying for, your graveyard will be full of expensive stuff to exile. True. I agree. Give me 30, chat. Free 6/6 after an Entombed. What? It's you can cast all spells for free by 10 evidence collecting. 10 evidence collecting. Yeah, Bassman. 10 evidence collecting. I mean, you definitely do want to cheat this thing out for sure. Like, it's way better if you do. Blue is not really a creature ramp color. Like you're not ramping this thing in Mono Blue. You're finding a way to like you can show and tell it, I guess. This thing is also 25 cents. Kind of wild, considering how weird of a card it is. So, there is that. Next up, we have Coveted Falcon, chat. 1 blue for a 1/4 artifact bird creature, flying. Whenever this creature attacks, gain control of target permanent you own but don't control. Disguise for 1 blue. When this creature is turned face up, target opponent gains control of any number of target permanents you control. Draw a card for each one they gain control of this way. Chat, this is gonna sound stupid, but I'm like, again, reminder, I made this list of cards like months ago, and then I like forgot I intended to make this video, or stream rather. I'm like 99% sure I put this card on here because it's like anti-theft hate. I'm like 99% sure that's why it's there. Even though Homeward Path exists. Yeah. It's also a donate that you can donate mobile things for. It's a weird card. It's a weird card. I'm not gonna lie, this actually probably should not even be on here. No one's playing Coveted Falcon in their decks. You gotta come with you lose the game triggers on things you own. I guess that's true. Yeah. Give somebody a Lich's Mastery. All right. This card is weird. It probably shouldn't be on here, honestly. Moving on, chat. We have Follow the Bodies. 2 blue sorcery. Gravestorm. When you cast this spell, copy it for each permanent put into a graveyard from the battlefield this turn. Investigate. Sorcery though. This is a blue draw spell that cares about creatures dying, which is a very not blue thing at all. It is clue based, so I understand that, the flavor is we're investigating all the dead people. I get that, but it still is like a interesting effect for blue to get, because blue is not really a thing of creatures dying gives them value. Like, you would think this would be a black card, right? Because of Gravestorm. Hi, I like comment videos. I made my own deck just from Rena Vendrell. Cool. That's how fun it could be. Thank you for the support. I appreciate that. Not necessarily super powerful. Just interesting that blue has a card now that actually cares about creatures dying. Moving on here. We got Prof's Eidetic Memory. What the hell does Eidetic mean? What does that mean? Practice. What? No. I want to hear it.
Eidetic.
Eidetic.
Eidetic. Eidetic. Eidetic. Eidetic.
1 blue for a legendary enchantment. When Prof's Eidetic Memory enters, draw a card. 1 card. You have no max hand size. Again, you comment your turn. If you've drawn more than 1 card this turn, put X +1/+1 counters on target creature you control, where X is the number of cards you have drawn this turn, -1. I don't think blue is really like a +1/+1 counter color at all, dude. Right? Am I tweaking? Only 137 cards. Let me put 99. Like, it's mostly things that like scale with themselves. There's not only a color that like puts +1/+1 counters on other things. Like Chasm Skulker. It itself gets the counters, right? So to see blue get this, like, this card that, like, buffs your creatures based on drawing cards, it's, like, so weird, dude. And not to mention, our other card that also has to do with Proft in this set is also very weird, with Reenact the Crime. 1 and 3 blue. Instant. Exile target non-land card in a graveyard that was put there from anywhere of its turn. Copy it. You may cast a copy without paying its mana cost. This is a... Dude, this is a blue, like, Dread Return that's also, like, a... What the fuck? This thing is so good, dude. 4-minute instant reanimation for anything. That also gets to, like, any cast triggers. Like, bro, if someone's Ulamog dies, 4-minute instant, exile it, copy it, get your own Ulamog with the shuffle trigger on the stack. This thing is so weird. How is this allowed? How? Like, dude, inconveniences at Karlov Manor gave blue so much, like, weird stuff that blue doesn't usually get. Between, like, this thing and the memory and the Gravestorm card and, like, the Case of the Shifting Visage, like, why is blue getting, like, so much, like, odd creature support, and yet no one plays it? You know why? Because everyone ignored inconveniences at Karlov Manor. That's why. It's not because the card's bad. It's 4 mana, I'll give you that. It's a little expensive. But, like, it's still, like, a wacko card. It's a wacko card. It's a wacko card. Anyways, that concludes mild inconveniences at Karlov Manor for blue here. Moving on to Fallout now. We have 3 cards. First up, we got Curie. Emergent Intelligence. Can't wait to counterspell and then steal when it hits the graveyard. Yeah, bro. Yeah. Or you just steal someone's creature by exiling it from their graveyard and casting a copy. Curie here, 1 in blue. Legendary artifact creature robot. 1/3. Whenever Curie deals combat damage to a player, draw cards equal to its base power. 1 in blue. Exile target non-token artifact creature you control. Curie becomes a copy of the exiled creature, except it has the whole... Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, you draw cards equal to its base power. This is a good commander, Curie, I mean. I mean, what really matters is whether or not the commander, you know, interests you, honestly. Like, does it give you the little, like, oh, that's kind of neat, I kind of like that. That's all that matters. If it interests you, yes. If it doesn't interest you, then no. Very strange card. The fact that she's... So, blue has gotten cards that say, when it hits someone, draw a card. So the fun, the better. Yes. Commanders, I don't think she really How do I phrase this? Like, just build commanders that interest you. It's kind of it. Like, you can certainly get people's opinions on commanders, but ultimately the deciding factor for building decks should be if you find it fun. Curie is cool. She's a very weird card, but like in a good way, because she can become other artifact creatures and then draw you lots of cards but with said artifact creatures. So, you know, you cast a Triplicate Titan if we're playing that in 2025. You get a Triplicate Titan in the field somehow and have Curie become a Triplicate Titan, and then when she smacks someone, you draw 9 cards. Which is a lot, of course. So, like, I believe this is the first blue creature that lets you draw cards equal to its total power, and not just when it hits someone, you draw a card. Right? So Voltron blue, but weird, yeah. We've had Ancient Silver Dragon. This draws more than 1 card, but it's also 8 mana, and it's random, and could also still draw you 1 card. We had Fear of Failed Tests, I guess, in Duskmourn, but it's kind of just like 2 Scroll Thieves stapled together. You know, you staple 2 of these guys together, you get a 2/7 that draws 2 cards when it hits someone. Oh! Power! That's that power, chat. But yeah, like, it's interesting because blue is, like... You don't really see creatures that draw based off of power, really. Power, really. Hush. Not you. The best card draw with white? You should have been here when we were covering white. You missed it. You missed your chance. Also, chat mostly agreed that it was balanced right now. So, unfortunately, you would not have been the tiebreaker. Best removal, I agree. Best taxes. Best card draw. Whoa, hey now. I don't know about all that. Maybe. I mean, it's got some good card draw in general, like you know, like S% No One Trouble in Paris, but that's only 2 cards. Moving on. We have Nerd Rage, chat. 2 in blue. Enchantment Aura. Enchant creature. When this creature when this aura enters, draw 2 cards. I feel like auras never get ETBs to begin with. But so that's kind of weird already. Enchant creature has, you have no max hand size, and whenever this creature attacks, if you have 10 or more cards in hand, it gets +10/+10 until end of turn. Again, this is a... Oh no. Oh, wait. No. Ah! Hang on, chat. Actually, you know what? I don't even care. I don't even care. It's fine. Probably have buffing white and for some reason buffing green every set as that they get rewarded doing the thing they're already best at. I mean, again, like, that's still pod dependent though. Like, yes, most pods are gonna have that one green player where it's like ramping crap tons of lands, but there's still that one intense scenario where it's like green's not ramping lands, and then all your white ramp turns off, and that's like not good. So it's like I think that was the conclusion we reached with white at that point. Nerd Rage. Why is this thing getting +10/+10? Why is a blue card giving that big of a stat bonus? Why? Why? How? Literally how? It's also just at worst like a divination that gives a creature you had no max hand size. Still good. Still good. So there is that. Yeah. Card is just weird. Card is very weird. And again, shows that blue is getting a lot. Blue got a lot of weird crap this year, and also got a lot of like reaffirmation in the things they were already good at, like draw engines and ramp that isn't sorcery based. Our final card for Fallout here, we have Struggle for Project Purity. 3 in a blue for an enchantment. As this enchantment enters, choose Brotherhood or Enclave. Brotherhood, getting your upkeep, each opponent draws a card, and you draw a card for each card drawn this way. So on your upkeep, you draw 3, 4 in total per turn, and your opponents will draw 1 card each. An Enclave, whenever a player attacks you with 1 or more creatures, that player gets twice that many rad counters. First of all, this thing is just a really good draw engine. This thing can get this. Just choosing Brotherhood alone means that every upkeep, or every one of your upkeeps, you draw 4 cards in total per turn, which is really good. Yes, your opponents also draw 1 card each, but I promise you, dude, being able to draw 4 cards on your turn is a feeling unlike any other. And also, the weird part, this is a Pillow Fort card that also makes your opponents lose life? What? Huh? I mean, yes, it also mills because it's rad counters, so that part makes it make somewhat sense, but they're still losing life for attacking you. If a player swings 3 1/1s at me, they get 6 rad counters, bro? That's kind of wild. That's kind of wild. Brotherhood mixed with a fairy that draws cards. The fairy that draws The fairy that draws. What? Someone said Rune of Sustenance earlier. What is that? Oh, this thing. Whenever an opponent draws 2, you draw. Huh? You mean Alms Collector? Oh, this thing. Or no, that's not a fairy. Are you thinking of Alms Collector? This thing? Are you thinking of this? That's a white card. 2 mana fairy with flat. Oh, Mastermind. Yeah. There's second card each turn. Yeah. There's this thing. Yeah. I forgot about this. There's that. But yeah. Project Purity. Really good draw engine just on its own. Like, this might be like the... Like, if you don't want to run Rhystic's Life for whatever reason, this is probably your next best option. Because it draws so many cards for, granted, 1 more mana. But it also has the ability to be like a Pillow Fort card with the Enclave mode. Again, blue Pillow Fort card that makes your opponents lose life. Very weird. Moving on to Thunder Junction here. Everyone's favorite set of all time. I know y'all love Cowboy set. We have Forger's Foundry. 2 and a blue for an artifact. Tap, add blue. When you spend this mana to cast an instant or short spell with mana value 3 or less, you may exile that spell instead of putting it into its owner's graveyard as resolves. And then for 3 blue, you can tap it and you may cast any number of spells from among cards exiled with this artifact without paying their mana cost. Activate only the sorcery. The closest thing blue has to like a Mizzix's Mastery. I struggle on the M of that so much. Mizzix's Mastery. Because like, so this card's weird, right? Because you don't want to cast counter spells with it because they don't do anything when you flash them back. So you actually want to be casting like cantrips and like your Pongifies. All of your low to ground blue spells that actually hit permanents or just like draw cards. And then with 5 mana, you can flash them all back at once. Or whatever you feel like it. Welcome to the stream, Claire. So, I don't know. Like, this card is... It is a new design because it lets you cast a bunch of spells at once with the second mode. And it's payable true. I'm not sure if you... Honestly, I'm not sure you would ever even get the chance to do this more than once in a game, but maybe. Because once you cast the exile cards, they go back to the graveyard. So there is that. But yeah. Blue ramp spell that actually gives you, like... It kind of, like... It just gives all of your low to the ground instant sorceries, like, an extra bonus, in a way. Because they can be cast... again later on with the extra mode. Moving on, chat, we have Haughty Djinn. 1 blue for a Djinn creature, star 4 flyer. Haughty Djinn's power is equal to a number of instant and source cards in your graveyard. We've seen lots of cards with that effect before, but what actually matters is this. Instant and source spells cost 1 less to cast. In mono blue. Not blue-red, mono blue. That's what I'm doing. Oh shit! Wait a minute. You're right. Never mind. Wait. Nah. Never mind. I'm tweaking. You didn't see that, chat. Whoops. An actual junction card. Thunderclap Drake, chat. Instant story spells cost 1 less to cast. It's right there. Yet another mono blue card that gives your instant sorceries a cost reduction. So once again, we're cementing, like for a long time, instant and sorcery cost reducers were exclusive to like blue-red with like Goblin Electromancer. In the recent years, in Kaladesh the set we got Baral, but lately the past 2 years, mono blue has gotten like 5-6 cards that reduce the cost of instant sorceries. Not blue-red, mono blue. And also this thing can also be a reverberate that scales with how many times you've cast a commander from your command zone. We're past that. Don't bring back up. Chill. Good card. And once again, is yet another blue ramp spell that cares about instant sorceries. Moving on. Ignore the Haughty Djinn, chat. Look, listen, bro. Alright, listen. Alright? He looks like he belongs on Junction. It was the fact that he was in the precon that fucked me up. His fit makes him look like he belongs there, alright? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, gay. You know what's sad? That's probably gonna happen more as this stream goes on. It's probably gonna happen more. Oh my god. Castle in the background. Look, bro. Listen. Exactly, background. Moving on, we have Jace Reawakened. 2 blue mana. This is our 3rd 2-mana Planeswalker, I think, we've ever gotten. Unfortunately, you cannot cast him during the 1st, 2nd, or 3rd turns of the game. Womp womp. +1, draw a card, discard a card. +1, you may exile a non-land card, mana value 3 or less, from your hand. If you do, it becomes plotted. -6, that's one turn, whenever you cast a spell, copy it, whatever. The most relevant mode on him is the plot thing. Because this ends up being like, it's ramp, but like in a weird way. What, fit abs? Yes. Yes. Like, the +1 mode is ramp in a weird way because it just lets you cast low cost spells for free. So the +1 mode here is mana advantage, even if it is a little clunky. No one plays him, as you can see, judging by the fact he's only $2. Which is a little womp womp tier, but you know. We gotta get on it. We gotta cover it. It's relevant, chat. Just not that much. Lock and load. 2 and a blue for a sorcery. Draw a card, then draw a card for each other instant and sorcery spell you've cast this turn. This is the first time that blue has ever gotten an effect like this. And also you can plot it. So you can pay for and plot it, do nothing. Pay for, do nothing. On a later turn, though, draw a bunch of cards. Like, I'll search it real quick, just make sure I'm not tweaking. No other card has that line of text in blue. Beyond, you know, Storm. I guess Storm counts, right? Yeah, okay. Yeah. Also, it's not actually Storm, because it specifies each other instant and sorcery. So it's not Storm, it's like Spellslinger Storm. It's different, guys, totally. Next up. We got Smirking Spelljacker. 4 and a blue for a flash Djinn Wizard Rogue creature with flying. When it enters, you exile a spell and opponent controls. It targets. It's not A. That ain't Storm. That's Drizzle. Whenever this creature attacks, if a card is exiled with it, you may cast the exile card without paying its mana cost. So, this card's interesting because you can. It's a cast. It's not even a cast spell. It's a exile cast spell attached to a creature. So you can cast this exile spell. It swings, you cast it, you blink the Spelljacker at instant speed, and continue to exile spells. Blue very rarely even gets, like, counter spells on creatures to begin with. At least not in mono blue, right? There's Mystic Snake in green blue. Okay, no. Hang on, wait. There's Daring Apprentice, I guess, but again, that's counter, not exile. There's Draining Whelk, which is 6 mana to counter a spell, and then it gets some counters. But generally, we've never seen a card before this that let you exile spells on attached to a creature. And it also lets you cast them as it swings. So it's like really good theft card. Thanks for stopping by, Salsa. I hear my dog barking. Stop that. Dude, was I tweaking with Third Junction? Some of these cards are like weird. Why did I choose these? I cast Umog the File on my OP. My opponent plays that. I will crash out. Next up, we got Key to the Vault. A legendary equipment artifact. Equipped for 2 and a blue. Whenever an equipped creature deals combat damage to a player, you'll look at that many cards from the top of your library. You may exile a non-land card from among them and put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. You may cast the exile card without paying its mana cost. Again, yet another creature-based, like, draw effect, kind of, where it's like you cast free spells from your deck based on your creatures dealing damage, which, again, not really a thing Blue seems to be doing often, is having like one of your creatures to deal lots of damage. Like you don't want to swing with a low to the ground 1-drop creature with this, which is usually Blue's specialty. Usually Blue's whole thing is swinging with like your 2/2 Tallwind Drakes or your 1 mana unblockable creatures. No. This thing wants you to swing with like big giant creatures, which again is not really a thing Blue often cares about. Good in Captain America. True. But yeah, I just think it's neat. Moving on, chat, to Modern Horizons 3. We got Brain Surge. Have you ever looked at Brainstorm and thought to yourself, man, I wish this card was card advantage and not card selection? Now you can. With Brain Surge. 3-minute instant, draw 4. Hello? 3-minute instant, draw 4, but then you put 2 cards from your hand on top of your library in any order. So for 2 more mana, you get to actually go up a card and look at an extra card as well. Honestly, this card is good. Like there's nothing new about this. This is totally in flavor for Blue. This card is just really good. Shameless Brain Surge plug. Play it. Like, actually. Oh. Oh. I had to have a heart attack on stream. I put in your zombie deck. Dude, honestly, like it's so just like generically playable, man. Like it's 3-minute instant, draw 4. If you have a fetch land, you put the worst 2 cards in your hand back on top and shuffle them away. It's so good. It's so good. Moving on, chat. We have Copy Land. 2 and a blue for an enchantment. You may have this enchantment enter as a copy of any land on the battlefield, except it's an enchantment, in addition to its other types. It copies lands. That's it. That's the whole card. That's a thing Blue has not gotten before. So now Blue can copy lands. It's okay, I guess. If you could if you could get your own Ancient Tomb by running this, would you do that? Probably. It's not really, I mean, if you're paying mana for an Ancient Tomb, I guess it's also like not really an Ancient Tomb. But regardless, the important factor here, chat, is the fact that Blue can now copy lands. Moving on. Emrakul's Messenger. 1 blue for a devoid creature Eldrazi Fairy Rogue. Flying. Whenever you draw your second card each turn, Mega Spawn. So now you can ramp by drawing cards. Which is the thing blue is best at doing. Obey her will. Don't be a fool. Submit your mind to Emrakul. Alright, cool. This card is cool. 100%. Like, her first of all, the art, sick. Love her. But yeah. I will say, blue, I'd say, struggles to consistently draw not 1, but 2 cards on opponent's turns. So, that thing, that matters a fair bit. Bro, I'm not gonna lie. If you can find a way to get a trigger of her on every opponent's turn, good luck. Because I found that I could never get her to trigger on any turn besides my own. I guess there's Rhystic Study. If you're in a pod full of people who like are not smart and like tax fraud, it'll be easy there, I guess. But beyond that, this still was just like a like even if you only make 1 spawn a turn on a 2-mana creature, that's good. Playable, totally playable. Moving on, we have Kozilek's Unsealing. 2 in the blue for an enchantment, devoid. Whenever you cast a creature spell with mana value 4, 5, or 6, create 2 Eldrazi spawns for ramp purposes, of course, in your blue deck. Whenever you cast a creature spell with mana value 7 or greater, draw 3 cards. Again, blue is getting benefits for casting creatures, which is primarily green's thing. Why? It's also just nuts, and it's nuts in, let's be honest, Simic. Because you ramp a lot, and now all your giant creatures draw you 3 cards, and all of your medium to giant creatures ramp you by not 1 but 2 ritual mana spawns. Blue got a lot of weird stuff this year, man. Really good in any deck, to be honest. I don't know about that. I mean, if I'm running 10 creatures, surely it's not good then, right? Next up, we got Archway of Innovation. It's a land, I know. First one of those we've seen so far. This land enters tapped unless you control an island, God forbid, in your blue deck. Tap, add blue. Pay blue to tap. The next spell you cast this turn has Improvise. Am I going blind right now, bro? What is happening? Am I having brain death on stream, dude? I got my glasses. Ah! I'm back. Okay. The next pay blue and a tap. The next spell you cast this turn has Improvise. This is probably the closest thing you're gonna get to the Tolarian Academy getting unbanned in Commander. This is the closest thing you will get to Tolarian Academy getting unbanned in Commander. You gotta pay 2 mana to get the effect of your artifacts giving you mana advantage. So you're not actually netting anything unless you have 3 or more artifacts in the field. But besides that fact, really good. Probably one of the best, like, mana potential cards. Like, blue honestly doesn't really get a lot of super good ramp. Like, actual ramp that's not like, oh, your spells cost 1 less. And usually that's reserved for specifically instant sorceries. This thing can totally make you a lot of mana. Only downside is you gotta be an artifact deck. But blue already is a pretty artifact heavy color. So it's like me saying, oh no, my green card is based on how many lands I ramp. Oh, God forbid. Chat, I ain't gonna lie, I actually really need to use the bathroom. So, I'm gonna find a funny video for y'all to watch real quick. And I'll get back to y'all. Hang on, gang. Here you go, chat. There. Have fun.
The fence could never stop them from helping each
Have
other.
fun.
A beautiful love.
Hey, bathroom. Be right back.
Someone should teach this energetic little one that balloons aren't food. Today, Monkey learned that getting food is never easy. To get food, nothing can be an impossible challenge for Monkey. When doctors said walking backwards is good for health, and an enjoyable weekend experience with dear friends.
Are they funny or are they cringe? Where is Monkey purchasing a drink? This is peak content. Actually, don't pause it. No, too bad. Nope. You tell me monkeys are better than me at my job of entertaining you all? Wow. Wow, bro. Should I just hire monkeys? Should I just buy monkeys and have y'all actually just watch them instead? Bit of both. Yeah, I don't like the music. I'm not sure why it was there. I'll make sure I actually have a actually good video prepared for y'all next time when that happens. My apologies. My dog, he's barking. Why? Anyways, moving on here. Back to Skyfall. We all good on lineup? Yeah? Ish. Wait, I gotta grab him. Can you hear him, Chad? Can you hear my dog bark in the background? Can y'all hear him? Because if so, I'll go and get him down here so y'all can see him. No? 1 second, chat. I'll see if I can get him down here so y'all can say hi to him. I'll see if I can get him down here so y'all can say hi to him. Don't drop the ice on my desk, dude. There. Hello, mister. Hello, mister. One down? What down? Are you being comfortable? Wanna get down? Okay. Chill. He's shy, chat. For some reason, he's not like this space over here. I'm not sure why. You left your ice, dude. Here. Hey. Okay. Back. He's shy. He's camera shy. He also likes to be under my bed down here. This is a little cave. He likes to sit in. Okay. Back to our regularly scheduled programming. I probably should have gotten a drink while I was up there, actually. Can I find an actually good monkey? No. I'll keep going. We'll finish Blue up, and then maybe I'll go and get a drink. Because it's hard work, guys. Never shutting up. Never stopping yapping. Anyways, we got Sunken Palace, a cave land. What that's worth. Tap, add blue. Pay 1 to blue. Tap, exile 7 cards from your graveyard. Add 1 blue. So you lose 2 mana to do this. When you spend this mana to cast a spell or activate ability, copy that spell or ability. You may choose new targets for the copy. A land that can copy spells? You only gotta transform it? I mean, okay, Eris tap, you gotta exile 7 whatever cards from your graveyard. But like, that's the first time I've ever had a land that can copy spells. That's about it. It's about all the commentary I got on this one, I ain't gonna lie. You want up, dude? Okay, he wants up. Hang on. I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry. I'm coming, dude. Come on. Back. He wanted out the room. He wanted out the room. Okay. Now I'm back for the this time. No interruptions. Apologies. I also my dog is playing with his bone and smacking it across the floor. Okay. Playing a horror game IRL. No, my dog is... I think it's my dog. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm not sure. It's like playing with his bone and it's like hitting the floor above me. So, yeah. Moving on, finally. So sorry about that. We got Harbinger of the Seas. 1 blue for a merfolk wizard creature. 2/2. Non-basic lands or islands. taking a turn Blue Moon a little too literally. Because that's basically what it is. It's Blue Moon. This is the first of all, this is the first time this has ever been live text, but Blue has gotten non-basic hate before with Back to Basics. Get it? Because it's like non-basics don't untap, so you're going back to basics. Haha, funny, yeah. Hilarious. Blood Moon, but easy to get rid of. Yeah. But it's blue, it's not red, so we gotta talk about it. And once again, chat, Blue has gained yet another free counter spell under its belt. Flare of Denial, 1 blue for an instant. You may sacrifice a non-token blue creature rather than pay the spell's mana cost. Counter target spell. And for a free counter spell, it's like one of the cheapest ones out there because it turns out that Blue does not have a lot of good non-token creatures worth running to cast this for free. This card's Ashcan mid. Yeah, it is, but it's a free counter spell. It would be, I'd be silly not to talk about it. This card's actually really hard to run. Like, there's actually not a lot of decks where you can feasibly run this and cast it for free consistently. So it's more so like a utility piece that some decks might get access to, rather than being a hard free counter spell that lots of decks want. But regardless, it still is, in fact, a free counter spell, which is always noteworthy whenever they're getting them. Sacrificing any of your 3 blue creature engines that you run in an entire deck list is usually not what I consider free. Agreed. But as you said, it's like kind of only worth running if you are honestly probably only mono blue. Like, I'm probably not playing this outside of mono blue. Because once you become not mono blue, your creature selection instantly becomes way better. Because blue creatures are kind of not that good. Probably better in a multicolor deck, yeah. I mean, if you're playing lots of, like, blue X creatures, then sure. But I can't really think of one of what that'd be. Like, are you playing Azorius and playing, like, Meddling Mage and, I don't know what else there is. It's maybe worth it in Hidetsugu and Kairi. Because the death trigger? Yeah, okay. Fair. I don't know. Like I said, it's a free counter spell. Not the strongest one ever. But, I mean, it's a free counter spell. Those are always noteworthy. Unless it's, like, awful. Which, in this case, this one might be. But, you know. Moving on. March from Velis Vel. 2 and a blue for a sorcery. Choose a non-basic land type. Each land you control of that type becomes a copy of target creature you control until end of turn and gains haste until end of turn. Very strange card. Blue, any color really, does not get the ability to turn their lands into copies of creatures. Great in gates, true. If you're running an Urza package, it might be fine there as well. Like Urza's Tower, Mine, Power Plant, that sort of thing. Turn your lands into creatures. rather a bit strange, but it's a new effect. It's noteworthy. Could be cool in deserts if there were any desert support in blue. True, actually. That makes me actually want to build a like blue desert deck now. That's kind of spicy, actually. We got Royal Cartographer, 1 blue for a Merfolk Rogue creature, Landfall. Whenever a land control enters to get energy, tap, pay 6 energy, draw 3 cards. This is notable because this is a land-based draw engine in blue. Most draw that cares about lands is reserved for green, let's be honest. But this is a blue card that does that. It's also energy, but every color gets energy. That's not really that relevant. It'd be cool in caves. I mean, caves work with March, yeah, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure if the caves have enough support yet. Run it with many energy cards and you will get so many cards. True. Honestly, I have been considering trying to make a energy package work in decks for a long time now, where it's like, oh, I don't play 20 energy cards, I play like 10 and sometimes get extra value. Haven't gotten a chance to test it out yet, but if it turns out well, maybe I'll make a video on it. Let's see what happens. Moving on here. Wonderscape Sage, 1 blue for a Moonfolk Wizard flying creature, 1/3. Tap, return a land you control to its owner's hand, draw a card, then discard a card unless that land has a non-basic land type. Again, land-based draw in blue of all things. Which is not really a thing blue gets, but I guess it does now. Landfall type card, yep. Also lets you kind of like repeat land triggers, which has always been Moonfolk's thing. Like Moonfolk as a creature type, their thing has always been returning lands to your hand for effects. That was a whole like weird shtick they had in Kamigawa. That was the wrong text box. Like Moonfolk's thing has always been returning things to your hand, or mostly lands. At least in original Kamigawa block, it was mostly lands to get effects. So this card is sort of a callback to that, but it's also land-based card draw, which is new to blue in general, along with Cartographer. Finally, for Modern Horizons 3, we have Strix Serenade. 1 blue mana instant. Counter to an artifact, creature, or planeswalker spell. Its controller makes a 2/2 blue bird creature token with flying. What if you wanted to be Swan Song, but God said, change the types? You get Strix Serenade. You get Strix Serenade. I run Patient of the Moon as a combo landfall deck and it kicks ass. Yo. Based. Not much to say here. It's just a good counter spell. 1 mana that counters a creature, planeswalker, or artifact. Hits a lot of things for a small amount of mana. They get a 2/2 bird. Who cares? This card is mostly commander hate, but it doesn't do what 1 mana cost cast spells are supposed to do, which is huge protection. So I agree somewhat. Like, I run Dispel in my decks a lot because it just stops removal from hitting me most of the time. I find in competitive settings, free counter magic or cheap counter magic usually is used to protect your own things rather than use offensively. But even so, I still feel like 1 mana to hit a creature or artifact or planeswalker is still really good and noteworthy and worth mentioning for the sake of this stream. Moving on to Assassin's Creed here. There is not nothing in this set, unlike white. We have Ballad of the Black Flag. 1 blue for a Saga enchantment. For 1 mana, you mill 3 cards. You may put a historic card from among them into your hand. For chapters 1, 2, and 3. On chapter 4, historic spells you cast this turn cost 2 less to cast. So, might read that and think, oh, your artifacts cost less? That's not really that weird. But what does matter a lot is the fact that it makes your sagas and your legendaries cost less, which is not really a thing blue gets. Blue does not get cost reduction for legends in general and sagas. So that alone is pretty good. And also this thing, like, draws you 3 cards, probably. Really good. Sets you up for an amazing turn. So it's a noteworthy card for the sake of the stream. But yeah, it's great. I mean, it's self-mill, so it's good in, like, reanimator decks. I'm not sure what reanimator deck you're playing that cares about historic cards, but if you are, more power to you. 1 less is pretty good. 2 less is insane. Like, the difference between 1 and 2 in Commander in general is pretty huge most of the time. This card lets you evade commander attacks a lot of times. Oh yeah, because your commander will cost 2 less of this too. Yeah. That's pretty neat, actually. But yeah, pretty cool card for the I have it written down as Ass Creed on my list here. Next up, we got Loyal Inventor. 2 and a blue for a human artificer creature, 2/3 vigilance. When this creature enters, you may search your library for an artifact card, reveal it, and then shuffle. Put that card into your hand if you control an assassin, otherwise put that card on top of your library. So, blue has had artifact tutors in the past. We've had all of the, we've had, like, first of all, there's all of the treasure mages and friends. Like Trophy Mage, Tribute Mage, Trinket Mage, all them. This guy grabs any artifact. Not restricted to mana cost. However, the downside is that the card goes on top of your library. So, you'll find most of the time, artifact decks only play like 1 or 2 of the Treasure Mage and Friend clones. This guy is 20 cents, grabs any artifact, but puts it on top. So, how good is he compared to Treasure Mage and Friends? I'm not sure. Grab Portal to Phyrexia to discard with Da Vinci? Da Vinci? Speaking of Da Vinci, we actually have on the list Da Vinci? 2 and a blue for a 3/3 Artificer human creature. 3 blue. Until end of turn, Thopters you control have base power and toughness XX, where X is the number of cards in your hand. I mean, my mic's not picking it up right now, so I guess we're fine. I see what he does on game nights. He is not taken lightly. Yeah. Leonardo is actually like really good. Let me read the rest of the card here. 2 to blue, tap, draw a card, and discard a card. If the discarded card was an artifact card, exile from your graveyard. If you do, create a token as a copy of it, except it's a 0/2 top tier artifact creature with flying, in addition to its other types. Why is there a... Oh, that's why. Okay. I was gonna say, why is there a $700 version of Leonardo? That's why. It's the restricted... the limited print version. So yeah, this guy, like... He's kind of like show and tell in the command. No, actually, not show and tell. It's kind of like Quicksilver Amulets, I think, in the command zone. Only downside is that you don't really get to keep the stats. It becomes a 0/2 flyer regardless. But that's fine because you can just cheat out like, you know, your giant creatures that have really good stack abilities, like Jin Gitaxias. So there's that. Leonardo is more like, how early can I get Portal on board? Oh, never mind. Never mind. I'm stupid. Oh my god, no. I can't get Jin Gitaxias. It's artifact cards, not creatures. I'm so sorry. Ah! Hang on, chat. Oh no. Is it happening? We good? Artifact creature's true, yeah, but Jin Gitaxias is not an artifact creature. You can make him one? True. Yeah. I guess with like, Mycosynth? Does Mycosynth turn these into artifacts? No. Oh yeah, this thing. Non-land permanents you control are artifacts or types. The same is true of permanent spells you control and non-land permanent cards you own that aren't in battlefield. Yeah. That does that as well. That's right. Oh, but yeah, it's really cool. He kind of is like a Craterhoof almost with this ability. Because you can pump your Thopters a ton. Actually really wild. Not gonna lie. Up. No, we're fine. Okay. Apologies, chat. I have a lot of shit going right now. Moving on here. Moving on to Bloomborough, chat. We got, oh, right. We got Aluge, the Shoreless Sea. 1 blue for a legendary elemental fish creature. A-Luge's power and toughness are each equal to the number of islands you control. Whenever A-Luge enters or attacks, put a flood counter on target land. It's an island. In addition to their types for as long as there's a flood counter on it. The first instant or sorcery spell you cast each turn costs blue, or 1 generic less, to cast for each land you control with a flood counter on it. Once again, instant and sorcery based ramp that is in mono blue again this year. It also scales as the game goes on, so you get free stuff every turn. This card just means free cast spells each turn. Yeah, there's also that. So A-Luge is a free counter magic machine. It grows. First of all, it scales with the number of islands you have. So late game, it's like a 4-minute 8/8. Can also turn non-islands into islands, which is good either for well, for you put it on your islands or your lands because his cost reduction is based off of the number of lands you have with flood counters on them. Again, is it sorcery based ramp that is mono blue and not blue red? And it also ramps you for actual blue mana, not just generic. Bring the dog here? I can't right now. He will be on camera for like 20 seconds before he wants to run away. Because he's camera shy. But yeah, A-Luge, good card. Next up, we got Valley Floodcaller. 2 and a blue for a 2/2 Flash Otter Wizard with Flash. You may cast non-creature spells as though they had Flash. So this is the second effect that blue has of this, where you can give non-Flash cards Flash beyond Leyline. There's also the Vedalken Orrery. That's colorless. There's also another blue card that gives things Flash that we'll get to later on here as we progress with our list. Also gives your birds, frogs, otters, and rats you control +1/+1 and untaps them whenever you cast a non-creature spell. Little odd, but okay. You can untap Derevi with this to permalock with stasis. Yeah, I guess you can. Maskwood Nexus, true. Yeah, okay. The untap is actually like surprisingly relevant, dude. Rats. Rats are very popular in black though, so you gotta be like a blue-black rat colony deck. Is that relevant? I don't know, maybe. He's only $3. We can play Nashi? Oh, yeah, dude. Nashi. There is a Dimir Rat Commander? Who? Oh, Ren, right? I think it's Ren. With a W? Or is it Vren? Yeah, Vren the Relentless, this guy. So you could play him with Floodcaller and get that value. Cool card, and is a flash enabler for blue beyond just your ley lines now. We have Wishing Well? What is this? What is this card? We got Wishing Well up next. 3 and a blue for an artifact. As I get the hiccups. Tap, put a coin counter on this artifact. When you do, you may cast target instant or sorcery card with mana value equal to the number of coin counters on this artifact from your graveyard without paying its mana cost. If that spell would be put into your graveyard, exile instead. Yo, chat? What if Archaeomancer eat your heart out? I can cast an instant sorcery with mana value equal to the number of coin counters from my graveyard every turn for free. For free. It's free, chat. It's free real estate. It's vegan as foretold. I feel like this is as foretold but better. Because I at the very least I can cast a 1 mana cantrip immediately. And then it's sorcery speed. It's sorcery speed. This blows because it's equals amount of coin counters, so it's 1, then 2, then 3. I mean, like, if you compare this to Archaeomancer, though, right? Archaeomancer is 4 mana, get back one spell. This is 4 mana, cast a Ponder, and then, exactly equal. I understand. I still think it's good. It still can cast you back your good spells that qualify for sorcery speed. Oh, 30 minutes behind. Mancer is never uses value though to way to loop spells. I mean, I've met my fair share of people who think like Archaeomancer is like the only good recursion spell in blue. I don't agree with them, but they exist. You can proliferate, true. I don't know, like, the sorcery speed sucks a lot because it means you can't cast counter spells, which does matter a lot. But I feel like even if this thing just casts like 2 spells, you've gotten your value. Is better than Lila from Outlaws of Thunder Junction. Who is Lila, bro? Whenever you cast a multicolored instant or sorcery spell from your hand, exile it as it resolves, it becomes plotted. But you're in blue-red. So you just, cast Izzet spells. Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. This thing is better. This thing is better than her. I'm inclined to agree. Moving on to Duskmourn, chat. Quite a selection here. Abhorrent Oculus. What the hell happened? What the hell happened? How did this thing make it through? 2 in a blue for a 5/5 with flying. As an additional cost to cast this spell, exile 6 cards from your graveyard. Oh no. King of each opponent's upkeep, Manifest Dread, which means you look at the top 2 cards of your library, put 1 onto the battlefield face down as a 2/2 creature, and the other into your graveyard. Turn it face up anytime for its mana cost, if it's a creature card. We got the Eye of Cthulhu in Magic the Gathering before GTA 6. Eye of Cthulhu, Does it need to be a turn 3 play though? It's still a nuts like turn 7 drop because 1 turn cycle and you get to you mill 3 and get 3 2/2s. Like, I don't think this thing needs to be a turn 3 play. It's still a really good value piece, I feel like, right? It's 3 mana 5/5 flyer. Nuts. Stats. Stat line is crazy. Unearth effects go crazy, true. Like, this thing is What do you mean? Nothing. Like I don't think I have to manifest anything for me to get my value. If I'm getting a 2/2 every opponent's turn, and also getting I'd say card selection, but that doesn't really count because both cards are getting off of top my library. Like, I'm happy just to get random 2/2s. I'm fine with that. On a 3-mana creature, I'm fine just getting chump blockers or like just decent attackers. I mean, it's 6 power every turn cycle. Like, that's more than Grave Titan. That's more than Grave Titan at half the mana value. And I like Grave Titan. So it's just it's for a color that usually is critiqued to have the worst creatures in terms of like stats. This thing is kind of up there. Moving on, chat. Entity Tracker. 2 and a blue for a Human Scout Flash 2/3 creature. Eerie. Whenever an enchantment enters, or whenever you fully unlock a room, draw a card. It's a blue enchantress. And it's got Flash. That's it. That's the whole card. That's a new design. This is the first enchantress. This is the first enchantress effect in blue. The Flash matters a lot. Also triggers on fully unlocking rooms, I guess, if that's your thing. Wow. It's a good card. Moving on, chat. Because there's not much to say there. We got Fear of Sleep Paralysis. 5 and a blue. 6 mana. Or a 6/6 enchantment nightmare creature, flying. It's got Eerie. No? No hiccup? Okay. Whenever this creature or another enchantment you control enters, and whenever you fully unlock a room, tap up to 1 target creature and put a stun counter on it. Stun counters can't be removed from permanents or opponent's control. They won't untap if they have stun counters. So now, you can perma-freeze your opponent's creatures. I would be very surprised if this line of text never comes back. I'd be very surprised if this line of text never came back. This feels like a form of like permanent removal just waiting to happen. It's not particularly powerful at all. It's more so the fact that this is a card that it actually gives extra benefits to stun counters. Like I said, I'd be very surprised if we don't see more like stun counter innovation in the future. It feels like something that's just bound to happen. It's a very interesting card for me. We have so many cards to go through, chat. Next up, chat. Put it in chat. Put it in chat, y'all. I want to see it. I want to see it. Get out! Get out! Get out! Get out! 2 blue mana for an instant. Counter, choose one. Counter target creature or enchantment spell. Or return 1 or 2 target creatures and or enchantments you own to your hand. I'm actually a big fan of this card. It can counter creatures or enchantments, or it can be a save spell. It's pretty good. Nothing particularly, like, innovative here. It's just the fact that it's, like, very flexible for what it is. It's a cast spell. It's also a save spell. Feels a little too restrictive at times, but still decent. I agree. It's not. It's not really too broken or too like bad. I just like it. I just think it's neat. Like in terms of like counter spells that aren't like the top tier playable ones, like, you know, counter spell, Mana Drain, Swan Song. It's a great modal counterspell for casual commander. Couldn't have said it better myself. And also, it has meme status, so that instantly makes it like really good. Get out! Get out! Get out! I can't really say it very well right now. I also don't want to yell. We have Silent Hall Creeper chat. 1 to blue. This creature can't be blocked. Enchantment Horror creature, 1/1. Whenever this creature deals a combat damage to a player, choose one that hasn't been chosen. You put 2 +1/+1 counters on it, you draw a card, or it becomes a copy of another target creature you control. The alt art rocks. This thing? That is kind of cool, actually. I agree. So, you might read this and just say, it's just a clone, Bounce Man. Why the hell do I care? It's literally just a clone. Why do I care? Because it's a clone that you can run out early before there's anything actually worth copying, and then get benefits and then copy things. It's like it's a clone that you can cast before you cast the thing you actually want to clone, which matters for, like, you know, ordering purposes. That's kind of it. Also, you can make the thing you clone slightly better by getting a +2/+2 bonus on it. It's also 2 mana, which matters because everyone knows that Phantasmal Image is like the best clone simply due to the fact that it's 2 mana. So it's also just very powerful on its own. Next up, we have the Tale of Tamiyo. God forbid we kill off characters who actually are like run out of ideas and are dry now. No. We gotta kill actually interesting characters like Tamiyo. We have to kill actually interesting characters like Tamiyo. Yeah. God forbid we kill off like Jace or Nissa or Chandra. Nah. Let's kill Tamiyo, the only Moonfolk Planeswalker. Spite aside. 2 to blue for a Legendary Enchantment Saga. Chapters 1 through 3. Mill 2 cards. If 2 cards that share a card type were milled this way, draw a card and repeat this process. On Chapter 4, exile any number of target instant, sorcery, and or Tamiyo Planeswalker cards from your graveyard. Copy them. You may cast any number of the copies. This thing can draw you, like, no cards, or it can draw you some cards, or you can get lucky and draw like 7 cards. Do you like gambling, chat? Do you like gambling? Well, then play the Tale of Tamiyo. If you mill lots of cards that share card types, you'll draw lots of cards. And I know, I know you Magic players love drawing cards. And then Chapter 4 is recursion for instant sorceries and Tamiyo Planeswalker cards. Whatever. Why is this on here? Just play all lands, Tale of Tamiyo, and Commander that triggers an enchantment? That exists, actually? Tamiyo died in March. Yeah, she did. I don't understand why they killed her off and not like you know, any like actually boring character that's been around for way too long. I'm not sure why, but they did. Oh. Yeah, that works. You just play. You play 98 land. No, you play. You play 97 land. Zur. Chat. Or actually, no, wait, you can't because So if the last 2 cards in your library are lands, you'll die. Because we'll draw a card with no library. Okay, never mind. That does kill you. Womp womp. How would you win? I was thinking like someone with Lab Man, but no, that doesn't work. Jacer Lab, yeah. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not sure why this is on here. Like, I guess you can recur. It's like reverse Sphinx's tutelage, where if you mill cards that share a card type, you get more advantages instead of you milling someone for more cards. I guess. I'm not sure why I actually put this on here back like in December. They came from the pipes, chat. 4 and a blue enchantment. When this enchantment enters, manifest dread twice. Whenever a face-down creature control enters, draw a card. Again, more creature-based card draw, which has been not Blue's thing for a very long time, or ever for that matter. And yet here we are. Getting creatures entering card draw. Also, you draw 2 immediately, at the very least, when it enters. Am I saying it? True. Honestly, I think Duskborn was overhated of a set. It's not that bad. It really is not. Card goes surprisingly hard in a Flicker deck. I believe it. I believe it. Also 20 cents. So get your coming from the pipes now before it spikes. First you flicker it and then you flicker manifested cards. Oh, true. True, I respect it. Moving on to foundations. Our first card. Archmage of Runes. Have you ever wanted a have you ever wanted Goblin Electromancer and Archmage Emeritus to have a child? Well, now you can. For 5 mana, you get a 3/6 giant that not only makes your spells cost less, but also makes your instant sorceries draw you cards. Again, a mono blue card that gives your instants and sorceries cost reduction and card draw. I'm telling y'all, bro, blue has gotten like so much like core support this year. It's kind of nuts. Like, actually. This is what? The 3rd card we've covered that makes your instant sorceries cost less in mono blue. Right? Also, the fact that the stat line isn't like a 2/2 is good too. True. It has an actually, like, respectable body. Like, actually a legit, like, creature in blue. It also does work. It's ramp and card draw in one card. What more could you possibly want? In a blue card, nonetheless. We got High Fae Trickster, 3 and a blue for a flash 4/2 flying fairy wizard creature. You may cast spells as though they had flash. Again, yet another flash enabler for blue. And oh, by the way, it has flash. So you don't have to tap out on your turn in your blue tempo deck to turn your flash on. No. No. You cast it on your terms. So now blue has not one, not two, but 3 flash engines in their decks. Like, bro, 2024 was the year of redundancy for blue. 2024 was the year of redundancy for blue, without a doubt. Moving on. We have Lunar Insight. 3 mana sorcery. Draw a card for each different mana value among non-land permanents you control. That one's your least favorite, though? I mean, like, yeah, it's 4 mana, it's a lot. But, I mean, when your other options are Leyline or the frog thing from Bloomburrow, I think it's still, like, super playable. Lunar Insight. If our comparison is Divination, 3 mana draw 2 is playable. 3 mana draw 3 is dies in order to run. Yeah. 3 mana draw 2 is like playable. 3 mana draw 3 is good. 3 mana draw 4 and beyond is nuts. Blue in the past has not really been a permanent heavy deck. But, I mean, all it takes is, like, your commander and a 2-mana rock, and this is, at worst, a divination. If it's a 3-mana harmonize, it's, like, solid, like, very playable, very good. I'm happy with it. Is it better than Brain Surge if it draws 3 cards, chat? Like, are you playing Lunar Insight or Brain Surge? Or are you playing both? You're gonna be that guy. Are you playing Brain Surge or Lunar Insight, chat? Who wins? Brain Surge all the way? I agree. 100%. I'm a big fan of Brain Surge, bro. Prefer Treasure Cruise. Fair? Fair, 100%. Like, it's not... I saw people hyping it up a lot. I don't think it's actually that good because of how non-permanent based blue has been in the past. Maybe in an artifact deck, it might be really good there. Moving on to our final card here, chat. Sphinx of Forgotten Lore. 2 blue for a 3/3 Sphinx creature with flash and flying. Whenever this creature attacks, target instant or sorcery card in your graveyard gains flashback until end of turn. The flashback cost is equal to that card's mana cost. We have Fat Snapcaster now. That's it. As a whole card. It's Fat Snapcaster. That also can get you multiple spells over the course of the game, not just the one. And again, it has flash. So, it's relevant. Seems kind of bad. I mean, like, you don't get immediate... I guess, again, this is a sort of thing where it's like, it's only good for non-counter spells because it only gives things flashback when it attacks. So you're going to want to be doing your ponders, your cantrips, your pongifies, all that. It has to attack, meaning your opponent have turn to react. True. It has flash, so you can flash it in on your opponent's end step and be fine that way. It's it's good in reactive decks because you can cast it on your opponent's turn. It's bad in reactive decks because it doesn't work with your counter spells. But regardless, I still think the fact that it is a recursion engine makes it relevant. Not busted. A amazing budget Snapcaster because it's literally 50 cents. It is 50 cents. Very cheap. Snappy is what right now? Snappy is 15 bucks. So if you want a budget Snapcaster, there's your thing. Also, the fact most commanders are getting designed around 4 mana and it's kind of bad. It's kind of hard to counter. Also, the fact that most commanders are getting designed around 4 mana, it's kind of hard to consider many 4 mana cards in the 1999. True. I think once you break 3 mana, that's when mana cost actually begins to become a deciding factor in the cards you run. Like Putrefy. 3 mana, blow up an artifact and creature. Is there better removal? Yes, but it's not so bad to the point where it's like, oh, I can't play this. It's playable. I think 4 mana is the point where you begin to not run cards for their mana costs, but at the same time, it has flash. If you're playing your tempo reactive decks, I feel like you can slot him in pretty easily without much consideration. Maybe I'm tweaking. But chat, with that out of the way, where do we think blue sits in Commander right now? I'll make a poll. Nerf it. So, I think blue got a lot of redundancy this year. I think between the fact that blue got like there's so many, dude. Instant and sorcery reduction spells. We had Case of a Ransacked Lab. We had Thunderclap Drake. We had Emrakul's Messenger was a solid ramp spell that was based off a card draw. We had the Archmage of Runes in Foundations. So blue got 3 more cards that reduced the cost of their spells, and also like several draw engines for your instant and sorcery spells. 50% of chat thinks it needs help. Interesting. I know casuals love to hate on blue because it's too strong. I know. We like to say that a lot. It's too strong because cast spells are annoying. I think blue's core package has gotten a lot better this year. This might be a hot take, but I actually believe that blue right now, at least was before I actually did before I did like the search. Poliwag Prodigy. I didn't go over it because why didn't I actually? Oh, because it's actually wait, yeah, wait, what am I talking about? Yeah. This card should have been included, yes. Poliwag Prodigy, 1 to blue, 1/3, evolve. Whenever an opponent casts a non-creature spell mana value less than Poliwag Prodigy's power, you draw a card. Amazing draw engine. Will draw you so many cards unless you're in a creature heavy pod. Which even then, like, everyone's general ramp spells will draw you cards probably, at the very least. And again, it's 2 mana. If this thing draws you 2 cards, you've gotten your value. I got to play against Poliwag the other day, and it felt like Rhystic Study. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me, honestly. Yeah. It's good. He's also just a little guy, chat. He's also just a little guy. And it's a risk study that you can't even pay for. Yeah, you can't stop it. It's just it's either you cast spells or you don't. Which is a whole nother thing, right? So, might be a hot take, but I actually believed before I started looking through the cards of 2024 that blue actually was like really behind right now. Like, so I think I've mentioned this in streams before, but if you were playing Commander in like 2018-ish online, chances are good you saw at least once these mono blue counterspell decks where eventually they were able to reach a critical mass of card draw that they could counter every spell in the pod and not break a sweat. And if those decks reached that point, the game was pretty much over. Blue just struggled to actually end the games after getting to that point. Those decks have pretty much just like phased out of existence because every other color has gotten faster. Like, back in 2018, it was not uncommon to see late game pods just consisting of people playing a bunch of like 6 mana, like decently impactful creatures. Like, oh, you're rampaging Baylofts, or your big like dumb stupid dragon or angel or whatever, right? It was not uncommon to see the end games of Commander pods be just like 1 spell a turn. And if the blue player could get to a point where they could counter 3 spells every turn cycle, they were fine. They could totally like survive that, no problem. The issue is that nowadays Commander has become so like heavily optimized that every other color besides blue has become faster and more efficient to the point where those mono blue counterspell decks can no longer keep up. Like, they've basically just been phased out of existence because they are no longer able to keep up. They can no longer reach that point of they can counterspell everything and be fine. That's not a thing they can do anymore. Like, counterspells are still good, but with how much faster every color has gotten, blue has way less time to actually stabilize and get enough lands to be able to comfortably hold up mana to counterspell things. If you brought a Baral deck in the current year, you'll get laughed out of the pod. Yeah, like, you will not have enough time to stabilize and reach a critical mass of card draw and counterspells. You just won't. Also, I think every color, I also think every color has just gotten more efficient card draw in general, to the point where, like, it's much harder for blue's card draw to outperform it. Like green, right? if you miss your shot of countering green's like creature power based card draw, that's it, bro. You're done. Like you've lost. You've already lost if you fail to counterspell the green card draw as a counterspell deck. White has lots of like card draw engines now that are acceptable. Black's card draw has always been good and has probably just gotten better with like Necrodominance. Red card draw has probably gotten buffed the least. It's gotten buffs for sure, but not so many to the point where it's like, oh yeah, red card draw is powerful. Like, no one's saying that. Minus like Wheel of Fortune, I guess, effects. So blue for a long time I felt like kind of got like shadow nerfed because every other color getting better card draw, every other color getting faster in general, hit blue, which was supposed to be the slow reactive color, very hard. It hit blue very hard in the format. And I think I think right now, blue is the worst it has ever been in casual Commander. Which is probably a hot take for some people. They probably hear that and think I'm insane because counterspells are so good. Chat is very torn on where blue is right now. I see 2 votes for needs help, 1 vote for balance, and 2 votes for a little too strong. Red card draw will be powerful if they design an impulse draw based commander like Prosper. Yeah, true. Don't disagree there. Like, it's... I can appreciate the fact that blue has gotten so many instant and sorcery cost reducers because it makes it easier for them to cast counter spells. Like, you know, all your 1 and a blue counter magic becomes 1 mana with a cost reducer out, which is a big deal for assembling that counterspell critical mass. Did blue get a ton of like really good card draw? We got Prodigy. Prodigy is good. Ransack Lab and the Archmage of Runes is good too. Yeah. So the fact that blue has gotten so many instant and sorcery card draw effects plus instant sorcery reducers means that it should, in theory, be a lot easier for mono blue decks to be able to hit that critical mass of card draw and counter spells. Season of Weaving. What is Season of Weaving? Sorcery, draw a card, make a copy of something, return each non-land, non-token permanent to his hand. What about it, Tresaru? I mean, it's a solid card, but it's not really like innovative or like new anyway. At least not that I can notice. Allows you to bounce your board and make a copy of the commander that stays. True. Talking about card draw. Alright. I don't really think this is that good of a card draw spell. It's a 6 mana sorcery. Making a token copy of the commander and then bouncing everything else. That's relevant. I like that a lot. I guess you can also like make a token copy of something and then draw 3 cards, which is like solid. But with how much redundancy blue has gotten this year and how pay 6 to draw 5 seems where, yeah, I think I agree with Claire. 6 mana draw 5 is not super great to me. So we'll have to see how much stronger counterspell decks in general become within the next year. But with how much instant and sorcery support mono blue has gotten this year, I'm gonna say that blue right now, we can't, it's hard to tell how strong blue is with all of the redundancy it's got. But without being able to see the results of all of the support, I'm gonna say blue right now is balanced. I think blue at its core has always been better off as a support color in decks. Mono blue has always had its fair share of problems. Even back then, the issue is that the mono blue counterspell decks just no longer can exist in today's economy of Commander. We'll just have to see how blue fares, honestly, in the next year or so of Commander. I want to say I think it got a lot of really good card draw and ramp in a way that was actually relevant to it, plus some new tools here and there for like kind of out of the way strategies. Like we saw it got some pretty cool creatures with like Smirking Spelljacker. It got some cool creature support in general with like Nerd Rage of all things. Like its core of counterspell decks got buffed while also giving us some new tools to work with as well. So I'm gonna finalize on saying it's balanced. Chat. It took us 4 hours just to cover white and blue. I still have black, red, and green to go through, plus colorless and multicolor. Do we want to keep going, or would we prefer a part 2, maybe even a part 3 stream at this point, at a later date? Because I know people got things to do, and I'll say, viewer account was way more active earlier on in the stream. I think people realize how long it's gonna take. Red will take 10 minutes to cover. Just put it in desperately needs help. I mean, the issue is more so the fact that every color has like 30 plus cards to cover. That's a bigger issue. I'll make a poll. If chat wants me to keep going, I will. I'm also considering like how I want to do these videos. I'm curious if I should like make every color its own video, or like make one video for like everything. I'm not sure. I'm probably gonna end up doing one video for each color plus like okay, chat is 50-50. Okay. I'll probably end up doing a video for each color on its own. I'm not sure. Maybe we'll do like what time is it, chat? 2:30? Part 2 stream. Okay. Unless someone wants to come in and make it a tie again. Reminder, chat. A gentle reminder. If you want to get some sick TCG products, you can go ahead and click our affiliate link down below with Arcane Fortress and pick yourself up some sick deck boxes. I am very happy with the performance of their products, and I have been for a pretty decent while now. Go check them out. They're pretty cool. And also, if you prefer to support me directly, you can actually become a member of a channel, and you'll get access to exclusive emotes, such as Loot Cheems. And also get access to our member-exclusive Discord, where you can hang out with me, and also other fellow Bounce Manners who are members of the channel. For only $2 a month, you'll get access to all those perks, as well as Aura, for being a member of the Bounce Manor channel. Bounce Manor channel. Bounce Magic channel. It's a tie. Again. Bounce, we love the Vine, Boom, and Get Out. It's time flexing your shorts. Thank you. I appreciate that. I also get boomers in my comments occasionally saying like, oh, this guy's videos suck. Why is he screaming at the end? Yeah, okay, bro. Get out! Get out! Now it's part 2 again. Okay. We'll call it there. Fine. 4 hours for 2 colors of Commander? Yeah. Don't listen to boomers? Oh, don't worry. I don't intend to. I'm not sure when I would do a part 2 stream, honestly. Tomorrow? Maybe? Or next week? I don't know. Regardless, dude, I'm gonna have so much footage to edit. I'm gonna have so much fucking footage to go through, bro. Oh my god. 4 hours for 2 colors? I'm gonna have like 12 hours of footage to go through for videos. Ah! And now it's coin toss again. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, you know what? We'll coin flip. We'll coin flip. Don't flip it yet! No, it's cheating! No! Alright, chat. If it lands on heads, we'll cover black and then do part 2. If it lands on tails, we'll end it here and do a part 2 scheduled for whenever. Tails. We'll call it there. We'll call it there. I love y'all. Consider becoming a member of a channel. For only $2 a month, you'll get access to exclusive emotes, such as loot streams. And now let's continue again. What the fuck? Why are y'all so slow in the draw? You know what? Fuck it. Let's continue. We're gonna continue. Fuck it. Might as well. I got more time today. Whatever. I'm definitely not doing all 5 colors of stream. I'm not gonna be here for 10 hours, chat. I don't have that much gas in me. We'll cover black at least, and then we'll call it there. And we'll do red, green, colorless, and multicolor next stream next week on Saturday. Same time, of course. All right. Ah! 6-hour live stream. Fuck it. Let's do it. All right. This one's actually kind of small. I forgot. Yeah. I forgot black got like the least interesting cards here. Okay. Starting out, chat, with our first set. Mild Inconveniences at Karlov Manor. We have Barbed Servitor, 3 to black for a indestructible artifact creature construct. It's a 1/1. When this creature enters, suspect it. What the hell does that mean? It has Minache and can't block. Oh, wow, great. Whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, you draw a card and you lose 1 life. Whenever this creature is dealt damage, target opponent loses that much life. I believe this is the first spite effect that black has ever gotten. Right? I'm not tweaking? Whenever dealt damage, target opponent. Yeah? All the others are red. Okay, Wall of Souls. I guess, okay. I guess that's, yeah. But it's not indestructible, chat. It's not indestructible. It doesn't count. No, no. Doesn't count. But yeah. It's an actual, the first, like, actually good spite effect in black, of all things. Next up, we have Masker Girl, Known Killer. 2 black for a legendary 4/4 human assassin creature with Menashe. Creatures you control have Wither. They deal damage to creatures in the form of -1/-1 counters. Whenever a creature an opponent controls dies, if its toughness was less than 1, draw a card. Needless to say, this is the first card Black's ever gotten, or I think first card ever that is a Wither Anthem. I guess you could say that, like, Everlasting Torment is, a Wither Anthem, but, like, that's all creatures, and it's black-red, not mono-black. So, you know. And it's also card draw for toughness being less than 1. It's okay. Good on paper, never seen her played. Same. I haven't seen her played either. Next up, yo, chat. Persuasive Interrogators! 4 black for a Gorgon detective creature, 5/6. When this creature enters, investigate. Whenever you sacrifice a clue, target opponent gets 2 poison counters. If I'm being honest, this card means nothing. It's more poison supports, but poison support gets like 1 card a year, maybe. Doesn't actually entail anything. It's just a good card. Considering this card got printed in the same set, I don't know why they didn't give Masker Girl Poison Anthem instead of Wither. So, like, Infect? Probably because it makes no sense for, like, Masker Girl as a character, I guess. Like, you'd have to have Masker Girl be, like, actually, I guess, using, like, poisoned weapons? I guess? Which is, like, It's tier? I don't know. Regardless, really cool card, even if being, like, completely unplayable outside of, like, Teysa Karlov decks. Specifically the clue Teysa. Opulent Oligarch? Yeah, this one. Really cool card, even if, you know, completely unplayable outside of Teysa decks. Moving on to our final card from Mild Inconveniences. We have Unshakable Tail. 2 in a black for a zombie detective. When this creature enters, and at the beginning of your upkeep, surveil 1. Whenever 1 or more creature cards are put into your graveyard from your library, investigate. Pay 2, sack a clue. Return this card from your graveyard to your hand. This is the first card ever, I believe, that actually gives you card draw for milling creatures. Which is kind of wild. I know. Actually, Bounce Man, it's not actually a card draw. You investigate. That's not the same thing. Oh, yeah, okay, bro. Yeah, lovely. Thanks. You're hilarious. Regardless. Very interesting. It's not often you really see things happening from things getting milled. But, regardless, still cool. play this with the new Lotus. True. Actually true. And it's 13 cents right now. And every turn you surveil one, so it's free card selection. Pretty good card. Moving on to Fallout. Nothing. Moving on to Outlaws of Thunder Junction. We got, oh no, wait, Power Aether Drift, like 8 out of 10. It's a pretty cool set. And also we got Frog MILF Mommy. Oh my god. Actually, no, never mind. No. 11 out of 10 for Frog Mommy alone. I'm getting her pregnant, bro. Anyways, moving on here. Oh, Illicit Masquerade. What is Illicit Masquerade? 4 and a black flash. When this enchantment enters, put an imposter counter on each creature you control. Whenever a creature you control with an imposter counter on it dies, exile it, return up to one other target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Pretty cool, actually. Yeah. That's like board insurance in black of all things. Yeah. Cool card. I don't think black really gets board insurance that much often in general. So, yeah. That's cool. Moving on to Thunder Junction. We have Discreet Retreat. 3 and a black for a aura enchantment. Enchant land. Enchanted land has tap, add 2 mana of any one color. Spend this mana only to cast outlaw spells or activate abilities of outlaw sources. Ah! Outlaw sources. Whenever you cast your first outlaw spell each turn, you draw a card and use 1 life. Hey, bounce magic, skibbity, Riz, get out. Or no. Yeah. Yeah, bro. Yes. Whatever. Vegan Black Ramp. So, this card is interesting because it is the first aura that actually lets a land tap for multiple mana. It's like the very first, like, black overgrowth. Just very strange, and also, it's also some instant card draw, whatever. Very weird. Usually, enchantments that you enchant lands with to add more mana are restricted to green, and yet here's black with one. That also gives you some, like, free card draw. Very interesting effect for black to have. Next up. Heartless Conscription. 6 black, 8 mana sorcery. Exile all creatures. For each card exiled this way, you may play that card for as long as it remains exiled, and mana of any type can be spent to cast that spell. Exile Heartless Conscription. I believe this is the very first black card that is a exile wipe. Right? There are some, like, pseudo-exilers. Like, there's Eclipse, which is, if they die, they get exiled. But this is the first time we've had it on this is the first time we've ever had just straight up 8 mana, exile all creatures. And then you can cast them. This card goes hard if you forget about its mana cost. I'm inclined to agree. Oh my god. First black wipe that actually exiles all creatures straight up, and then is also a theft spell. So now we know black actually can get its own version of Farewell. if you just pay enough mana. 8 mana is like way too much to reasonably run. Unless you know, if you really hate indestructible creatures, you can run it. But by God, you are gonna have to work for it. Next up, we got Lively Dirge. 1 black sorcery spree. 1 generic. Search your library for a card, put it into your graveyard, then shuffle. And or 2 generic. Return up to 2 creature cards with total mana value 4 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Like the closest thing to a Gifts Ungiven of all things, because what you can do is you can pay 5. Oh, never mind. Oh yeah, kind of. Like you can pay 5, search for a creature, put it in the yard, and then immediately get it back. It's like a black Chord of Calling, as weird as that sounds. And then also you can get back something else as well with the second mode here. And by the way, this card is 50 cents. Can also just be like a 3 mana Entomb of all things. It's Entomb and Reanimate on 1 card. Pretty good effect, not gonna lie. Play it. It's a good card. And once again, is also a new Entomb effect for black. Kaervek the Punisher, 1 black for a legendary human warlock creature. Whenever you commit a crime, exile up to 1 target black card from your graveyard and copy it. You may cast a copy. If you do, you lose 2 life. The second coming of Toshiro from Kamigawa. Basically the same thing. You're a mono black commander. Whenever a creature dies, you may cast an instant card from your graveyard. Kaervek is the second coming of Toshiro, because whenever you commit crimes, you can cast black cards from your graveyard. In general, black enchantments, black artifacts, black creatures, anything. Any black card you can just cast. Kind of wild. And all you gotta do is commit crimes in black of all things? Oh no, that's so hard. Really good effect in black. It's like black regrowth every turn. So you can Heartless Inscription for only 2 life? No. So you still gotta pay the mana costs. It's just you lose 2 life as an additional cost to cast it. Thing sucks. Okay. Orochi Soul Reaver, 5 and a black for a 5/4 snake ninja rogue creature. Has ninjutsu for 3 and a black. Whenever 1 or more creatures you control deal combination to a player, create a treasure token and manifest the top card of that player's library. Manifests your opponent's deck, which also makes treasure for you. Also, what's really relevant here, so because you make treasure, if you exile or manifest a card from the top of their deck that is a creature, you actually can flip it up because the treasure gives you the colors you don't have. So let's say, you're mono black, right? If you manifest a Polywog off top of their deck, you actually can flip it up because the treasures will produce blue for you. So this is actually a really good black, creature steal spell if you can get the necessary creature support to actually consistently manifest cards from your opponent's decks every turn. I really need a drink. My throat is starting to hurt. Chat, I'll be right back. Give me a minute tops. Enjoy your music while I'm gone. I'm sorry. No. Terrible streamer. Actually, I'm sorry. Got myself some sparkling ice. Sparkling ice, please sponsor me. Also had to use the bathroom real quick. Born to drink water, forced to piss. The curse of life. Alright. Let's get this show back on the road, gang. Message retracted. What did you type, bro? What do you mean, message retracted? Don't be. I typed drink me. Why would that get auto? What the fuck? Okay, that's weird. I'm not sure why YouTube Automod would censor that. Okay. Moving on here with our black cards. Modern Horizons 3, chat. A very balanced set that never ever prints push cards. No, that's not true. Never. First up, we got a Cursed Marauder. One black for a 2/1 zombie warrior creature. When this creature enters, each player sacrifices a non-token creature. Apparently the Oracle text says of their choice. So, why? Okay, fine. Fleshbag Marauder, but 2 mana and also prevents them from sacking a token creature. Has to be a non-token. Easily the strongest one of these effects ever made. That's it. That's the whole card. Power creep at its finest. Next up, Chthonian Nightmare. 1 black for an enchantment. When it enters, you get 3 energy. Stonks. Pay X energy. Sacrifice a creature. Return this enchantment to its owner's hand. Return target creature card with mana value X from your graveyard to the battlefield. Activate only as a sorcery. So, this card's not really good, mostly due to the fact that it's a black energy card, which right now has the least energy support in general. What's actually relevant is the fact that this is a legal version of Recurring Nightmare. Bandit Commander. It's a reanimation spell where you have to sack creatures and return the enchantment to your hand to return a creature card from your from your graveyard to the battlefield. The issue with this card is that you return the enchantment to your hand as part of the cost. So your opponents actually don't ever get a chance to answer it unless they like pass the turn with this on the field, which they never will unless they're stupid. Nightmare never leaves the field. Once it's there forever. So this is a fixed version of Recurring Nightmare. That's it. Next up, got Emperor of Bones. 1 black for a 2/2 skeleton noble creature, chat. At the beginning of combat on your turn, exile up to 1 target card from a graveyard. 1 black, adapt 2, meaning you put 2/+1/+1 counters on it, but only if it has no counters on it already. Whenever 1 or more +1/+1 counters are put on Emperor of Bones. Does it? What? Wait, what? Oh, it does! Wait, I'm tweaking, chat! Wow! Oh, shit! Never mind, wait. Okay, so Nightmare does return to your hand as part of the cost. How is it balanced then? Oh, because you can only get 3 drops back. I'm so sorry, chat. I know. Bounce Man fraud alert. I'm so sorry. So yeah, this is a fixed version of Nightmare, where the fix is just the fact that it's they literally just slapped a fucking they just made Recurring Nightmare energy based, and that fixed it because energy sucks. That was the fix. They just put energy on it. Now it's bad. Ha! That's kind of funny, actually. Emperor of Bones. 1 black for a 2 skeleton noble. Getting a combat on your turn, exile up to 1 target card from a graveyard. Pay 1 black, adapt 2. Meaning you put 2/+1/+1 counters on this card, but only if it has no +1/+1 counters on it already. And then whenever 1 or more +1/+1 counters are put on Emperor of Bones, put a creature card exile with Emperor of Bones onto the battlefield under your control with a finality counter on it. It gains haste. Sacrifice it at the beginning of the next end step. So this is graveyard hate, creature theft, and still graveyard hate because the cards you get back are sacked and then exiled. I'm not sure if we've ever seen a black card that actually reanimates so many things so efficiently. I guess to be fair, you can only exile 1 thing per turn with Emperor. So you don't really need to get a bunch of triggers at once. More so just like 1 a turn. And it's also just like free graveyard hate in black. It's like black scavenging ooze, kind of. Not really. In a way it is, but you know, yeah. Flare of Malice. 2 black instant. You may sacrifice a non-token black creature rather than pay a spell's mana cost. Each opponent sacrifices a creature or planeswalker with the greatest mana value among creatures and planeswalkers they control. You can also res opponent's creatures Emperor of Bones. Yeah, I know. It's you exile you exile their graveyard, their big bombs in their graveyard. You get it for yourself for 1 turn and it's gone forever. What if you wanted to run Soul Shatter, but God said you may sacrifice a non-token black creature rather than pay the spell's mana cost? You get Flare of Malice. Really good card. I know, like, a lot of people swear by Soul Shatter because it's a edict that forces them to sack an actually good creature and they can't sack trash. This is that, but free. And before you say, but bounce, man, I don't want to sack any of my non-token black creatures. My brother in Urza. Gravecrawler. The writing's on the wall, gang. The writing's on the wall, bounce manners. Black at least has creatures worth sacking. True. That's a good point. That does matter for sure. Moving on here. Final act. 4 black sorcery. Choose one or more. Destroy all creatures. Destroy all planeswalkers. Destroy all battles. Exile all graveyards. And or each opponent loses all counters. Do y'all remember how people were so terrified of this card being like Farewell too? Because Farewell, this 6-mana Wrath, is so broken. How dare a 6-mana Wrath actually be good? How dare they? How dare they? This card, it's Farewell, but powered down to be Principal in black. Make your opponent energy player cry harder than they already are by playing energy. Yeah. Me when the stock market crashes, each opponent loses all counters. God. God, dude. Imagine having that shit cast against you when you're playing energy. That must be what my parents felt like when the stock market crashed. And experienced players, yeah. Like, it's like at worst an exile all creatures, assuming nothing is indestructible. Because it exiles all graveyards after the creatures get destroyed. So it's Farewell in the sense that all creatures will get exiled, but only if nothing already has indestructible. So it's like fake Farewell. I mean, it's still a notable card because, like, look at it. It's just not as good as Farewell, which honestly is kind of a tall ask, to be honest. I like how this doesn't affect speed. Which honestly should. I show speed, yeah. Moving on, chat. Necro Dominance. 3 black mana enchantment, legendary. Skip your draw step. At the beginning of your end step, you may pay any amount of life. If you do, draw that many cards. Your maximum hand size is 5. If a card or token would be put into your graveyard from anywhere, exile it instead. It's Necropotence, but slightly worse, which is still fucking amazing. I gotta say when this card is good, right? I please, for God, if anyone watching the post-production version of this stream thinks this card is bad or needs to ask me why this card is good, You better have just started with Spider-Man, bro. You better have just started with Spider-Man. You pay life to draw cards. But Bounce Man, my max hand size is 5. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, bro. It doesn't matter. Card is busted. It's really good. Max hand size is 5? Oh no. You can only keep your best 5 cards. God forbid. Moving on, chat, because I'm not gonna... What is there to say? It's a really good draw engine. Do you... Are you too poor to spend $10 on Necropotence, but just rich enough to spend $4 on a Necrodominance? Then Necrodominance is for you. Get it in your favorite black deck. Also, yes, that's a good point. You actually can play cards that say you have no max hand size to circumvent the hand size restriction because of how layers work. So if you play a Thought Vessel and then a Necrodominance, your max hand size will be 5. But if you play a Necrodominance and then you play a Thought Vessel, you actually will have no max hand size, which actually is a very relevant tech for this card. So you actually can even avoid the whole max hand size restriction. You can totally do that. Actually, it's possible. Moving on, chat. Ripples of Undeath. 1 in a black for enchantment. At the beginning of your first main phase. Mill 3 cards. Then you may pay 1 generic mana and 3 life. If you do, put a card from among those cards into your hand. So this for 2 mana, you can like I don't know what to compare it to. Forbidden Alchemy. Every turn you can Forbidden Alchemy, where you look at top 3, you pay 1 and 3 life, grab the best card out of the 3 and put it in your hand, and oh, by the way, you can just not pay the mana and mill 3. Card is so good. Such a good value engine, bro. This can feel like a better Phyrexian Arena in most decks. I agree. Like, dude, even if you're not like a graveyard deck, if you're like a blue-black deck, this can just be like a generic draw engine, and it can be Del fuel for your dig through time and treasure cruise. That's fine. That is totally playable, 100%. Not much to say there, just a really powerful value engine. Next up, chat. I'd compare that card to Sylvan Library. I agree, 100%. Very good effect. The Creation of Avacyn. Enchantment Saga. On Chapter 1, you can search your library for a card, exile it face down, then shuffle. For 2 mana, if it's a creature card, you'll lose life equals its mana value, and also you reveal the card you tutor for. On Chapter 3, you may put the exile card onto the battlefield if it's a creature card. If you don't put it onto the battlefield, put it into its owner's hand. Black Tooth and Nail? Or I guess like 1/2 of Tooth and Nail? Downside is you lose life and it's put across 3 turns. Oh, by the way, your opponents can just blow up the enchantment before Chapter 3 and you get nothing, and you paid 3 mana to burn yourself and extract yourself. If that happens, it's not that good. But regardless, this is still a black card that puts a creature from your deck onto the field directly, which is usually reserved for green. Kind of cool. This card reads, exile your best creature. You lose 6 life. Think I agree. As cool of an effect as it is, it's like not that good. Alternatively, you can just not grab a creature and still put it into your hand, which is like fine. You grab so what you do, chat, right? You grab Living End, right? You grab a Living End, you lose no life. Chapter 3 rolls around, you put it into your hand, and then guess what? You're actually playing you're actually playing Secret Commander, the Face of Bo. So you're in Sans Green, and then you cast Living End for free. Absolute cinema. Billions must be exiled. Our final card for Modern Horizons 3, chat. Fuck ass Goblin. Warren Soul Trader, 2 and a black for a zombie goblin wizard creature, 3/3. Pay 1 life, sack a creature, and make a treasure, just like Amazon does. Just like Amazon does. What is a Grave Crawler? What is a Blood Artist Grave Crawler combo? What is that? The not so infinite combo card, yeah? Gotta gain life somehow. What do you want me to say, bro? Alright, you sack creatures for free and make treasure. You make treasure. You wanna what? You wanna build a Amazon cosplay deck where you get retail workers and like exploit them? You can. Who's your commander? Kenrith? No, it's gonna be bald. It's gonna be bald. It's actually a really good idea for a stream. Make an Amazon deck where you make fun of the company. It's actually a pretty good idea for a stream. I might do that, actually. We'll see what happens. Moving on. Moving on to Assassin's Creed, chat. Nothing. Moving on to Bloomborough, chat. No Bismuth Mine. What is Bismuth Mine render? What is that? Whenever Bismuth Mine render deals damage to a player, that player exiles cards to the top of their library until they exile a non-land card. You may cast that card by paying life equals to a spell's mana value rather than paying its mana cost. That actually should have been on here. Yeah, you're right. That's a new effect. I mean, it's interesting. I'm not sure it really means much for black as a color right now. I would be interested to see. It has Menachem. True, it has Menachem. So you actually can get in decently against those Voltron decks. Hate them. It's a cool effect. You can cast your opponent's spells for free. It is an interesting take on theft in black. Cool card. Moving on to Bloomborough, chat. We have Coiling Rebirth. 3 black sorcery. Gift a card. Ugh. Return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Then, if the gift was promised and that creature is not legendary, create a token to copy that creature except it's a 1/1. This is a black card that makes token copies of creatures. This is a black card that makes token copies of creatures. That's new. That's new. That is new territory. That is new territory for black. Black does not get that. Until this year. It is a 1/1, and it can't copy legends. But that's okay. That's fine. Next up. Goes pretty hard with Gray Merchant. 5-mana sword speed is rough though. True, I don't disagree, and plus it does gift a card. It is a little expensive, but regardless, the fact of the matter is that black getting a card that lets them make token copies of creatures is a big deal. That is new territory for them. Moving on. We have Maha. It's Feathers Knights. Desolator of Casual Commander Pods. 3 black for a legendary elemental bird creature. Almost, basically a fucking Elder Dragon from Monster Hunter. If you are Gray Merchant that with the gift, doesn't matter, you are winning, true. Maha. If you've played Monster Hunter, you'll know that Elder Dragons in that game are creatures that, like, affect the entire world by simply existing. Maha is basically that. 6/5, flying, trample, war, discard a card. Creatures your opponent's control have base toughness 1. This is a... So black has gotten cards that just reduce the stats of all things on the board before. They have not gotten something that just sets everything's toughness to a certain number. That's a new effect entirely. Like, the card everyone references is Knight of Soul's Betrayal. Black has gotten cards like this before. They have not gotten cards that just set the stat line of creatures. That is new. Flample, true. Also has War, discard a card. Cool effect, also sick art. Go ahead and get yourself an Elder Dragon from Monster Hunter as your commander, and just absolutely destroy commander pods. Like literally the entire... All Maha is, as commander, is you get Maha, you tutor for your Knight of Soul's Betrayal, or your Kaervik, I guess, the Spiteful. And that's it. That's the whole deck. Moving on. But you are playing mono black, which is kind of boring. I mean, I guess it kind of is like a value engine. Yeah, okay, fair. It is kind of like value engine colors. Osteomancer Adept. 1 and a black for a Squirrel Warlock creature. 2/2 and a Death Touch. 2/2 with Death Touch. Tap. Until end of turn, you may cast creature spells from your graveyard by foraging in addition to paying their other costs. If you cast a spell this way, that creature enters with a finality counter on it. To forage, exile 3 cards from your graveyard or sacrifice a food. If a creature with a finality counter on it would die, exile it instead. Black Breach? Black Underworld Breach? But worse, because unfortunately you gotta sit there and wait a whole turn cycle before you can actually get cards back. Delayed but reasonable breach. Yeah. This card is notable because it is a, as chat said, it's Underworld Breach in black, with albeit different stipulations and restrictions, but regardless, still is Breach in black. I almost went and bought like 10 copies of this card, fearing that Breach would spike, fearing that this card would spike the same way Breach did. Like, dude, when Breach first released, I bought like 15 copies. Because for some reason, the card wasn't $10 on release. I was like, bro, what the fuck? Why is this card not $10 yet? This is red regrowth at the very worst. So I bought 10, like 15 copies, and I sold 10 of them once it hit like $15 because of Modern. It's also a 2-man Death Touch, which usually deters people from ever attacking you if you play it early. True. Agreed. Hard agree. So I mean, at the worst, it trades very well in combat. Like, Death Touch is really good on small creatures. It's like worthless on big creatures. Oh. My Atraxa Grand Arbiter is not good. Or my Atraxa Grand Arbiter is a 7/7 with Death Touch. Wow, okay. Goes silly mode with Igra, Eater of All. True. Igra is the Panther. Again, Elder Dragon from Monster Hunter makes everything food. So now you can just sacrifice, you know, creatures to get things back for free. You can just sacrifice creatures to get things back for free. Moving on to our final card for Bloomborough. We have Darkstar Augur. 2 black for a Bat Warlock creature. Offspring for black. You may pay an additional black as you cast this spell. If you do, when this creature enters, create a 1/1 token copy of it. Flying. At the beginning of your upkeep, reveal a top card of your library and put that card into your hand. You lose life equal to its mana value. So kids, when a Dark Confidant and a Dark Confidant love each other very much, you get Darkstar Augur. You can play two Dark Confidants stapled together, chat. They also have a slightly better stat line in flying. Whatever, who cares? It's Dark Confidant twice. It's 2. And draws lands for free. Yep, that is true. Dark Confidant right now is, let's see here. Dark Confidant is yo, chat. Hello? How the mighty have fallen. Dark Confidant for $5. Oh my god. Bye, yeah. Or you play Darkstar Augur, the base version, and play 2 of them stapled together. Not really notable in any way. I just like the card. And it's Dark Confidant, but twice. Moving on to Duskmourn here, chat. We have Come Back Wrong. 2 black for a sorcery. Destroy target creature. If a creature card is put into a graveyard this way, return it to the battlefield under your control. Sacrifice it at the beginning of your next end step. So, back in Alara Block chat, there was this a pet card of mine called Slave of Bolas, right? I played it for the art alone because the art in this card is just beautiful. Oh my god. Steve Argle, my goat. 3 is it in a black for a sorcery. You gain control of target creature, untap it, it gains haste, and then you sacked it at the beginning of the next end step. Come Back Wrong is basically Slave of Bolus for 2 less mana, and you don't gotta be in Grixis to cast it. You don't gotta be in Grixis to cast it. Great. You can technically make the argument that Come Back Wrong can't get indestructible creatures. You know, oh, you can't steal a Blightsteel with Come Back Wrong. Okay, sure, yeah, you got me. But regardless, it's 2 less mana for something. It's 2 less mana for these same effects, minus a extremely niche scenario. So this is just now black gets Slave of Bolus effects in mono black. Great. Ah. Doomsday Excruciator. 6 black mana for a demon creature. 6/6 flying. When this creature enters, if it was cast, each player exiles all but the bottom 6 cards of their library face down. Then your upkeep, draw a card. So black has always had this funny little card called Doomsday. Right, chat? What if you wanted this, but to everyone? 6 mana, your entire deck. Throw that shit away. Throw that shit away. It's gone. It's gone. Forever. It's exiled. Bro, I run this thing. This creature sucks? Nah. Nah, bro. Alright, look. I run this thing in my Nekusar deck. My Nekusar deck with Lich's Mastery out. If I have Lich's Mastery out, bro, I just cast this thing, and I watch my opponent just like scramble on what to do. Because now they have like 6 turns to live, dude. Oh my god, it's hilarious. Like, dude, this card isn't good. It's not good because it probably kills you faster than it kills your opponents, but oh my god, dude. If you can find a way, if you can find a deck to make this guy work, oh my god, he's so fun. He's so fun, dude. He's so fun. He is so fun, dude. If you had to pick which cards you get to keep, then he'd be nice. Yeah, but like, I kind of like the chaos, honestly. Xanathar would be cool with him. True. Yeah. I agree. Moving on. Moving on. Grievous Wound, chat. Again, not a curse. Fuck you, curse players. You can't have shit. 3 black for an aura enchantment. Not a curse, even though it absolutely is a curse. Enchant player. The enchant player can't gain life. Not a curse, by the way, chat. Not a curse. Whenever enchant players dealt damage, they lose half their life. Rounded up. Not a curse, by the way, chat. Just so we're clear, not a curse. Not a curse, chat. Not a curse. Not a curse. This dude, this is like the most messed up damage doubler of all time. 5 mana aura, you can't gain life. Ever. And when I smack you, my 1/1, take 20. What the fuck? Why? Like it's powerful. It's a really like spiteful card to play. Why is it not a curse? I don't understand. Why is it not a curse? Why? Are curse players not allowed to have support? Like what? Welcome to the stream, Pro Jared. Or Pro Gerard, rather, sorry. Really good card. It's like a damage amplifier. I'm not sure doubler is even the right term. If you swing with 5/1/1s, you kill a player with this on. At least emotionally. Oh my god, dude. Like, this card is so spiteful, dude. Like, if you really hate one player at your opponent, you just throw this on them. And you kill them. Why is it not a curse? I don't understand. Oh my god. Whatever. Yeah, fine. What? Okay, man. What's next? Curse makes it too strong. How? How is curse make it too strong? I guess they didn't want curse players to be too powerful. Oh, gotta keep them curse players in check. I feel oxygen being cut off from my brain, dude. Like, actually. No. Like actually, hang on. Good. Did someone just get? No, I'm stupid. Oh my god. Procs damage for anyone too? True. Yes. That's correct. So you can just, hey, there's two ways you play this, alright? Two ways. Turn 4. Hey, my friend that I've known for my entire life and I value very heavily. Fuck you. Turn 4. You have like 5 instances of damage to live. Or the probably politically correct way. Hey, that guy's arch enemy. Grievous wound. Let's get him, gang. You do that. Gatewatch, with the power of friendship, play. Someone I know opened it in a pack and put it in his very jank mono black deck. He won by this card alone. I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it. At all. Not a curse, by the way. Again, just so we're clear. At least it's rounded up, not down. Wouldn't rounded down make it less severe? Wouldn't rounded down mean they'd lose less life? Or do we want it to be too broken? Do we want it to be busted? But God forbid we give curse players support. No, that's not okay. It was fine in Innistrad Midnight Hunt with Linde. And that being the only curse, and that's not true. There was a curse as well. But still, why not a curse? Why? Anyways, moving on, because I'm gonna start having an aneurysm if I continue talking about this card not being a curse. It's not a busted card, it's a curse card. Moving on, chat. We have Polluted Cistern and Dim Oubliette. 1 in black for Cistern. Enchantment Room. Whenever one or more cards are put into your graveyard from your library, each opponent loses 1 life for each card type among those cards. Again, something that happens when you mill cards of all things. Okay? And then Dim Oubliette. When you unlock this door, mill 3 cards, then return a creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. So, let me explain how rooms work real quick. You can cast either half of this card, and you get that effect when it enters the battlefield, and then, as a sorcery, you can pay the mana cost of the other half and get both effects. Oubliette doesn't matter. It's a Rise in the Grave with mill attached, whatever. The actual relevant part here is the life loss from card types, because again, very few cards have things happening when you just mill in general. This is burn enchantment for self-milling? Like, what? Okay. Secret Commander, chat. Gen, Arcanum Weaver. You grab Polluted Cistern, and you start burning people out with Cistern. Why not make self-mills that have drain effects? Totally not busted. No. Especially when you throw on reanimation for free as extra flavor. Why? No. Balanced. Anyways, chat. Moving on, because I'm not sure we have much more to say about that card. Do we? Do we care about Cistern any more than the fact that it's a weird effect that doesn't really see a lot of card production? No? Alright, cool. Withering Torment. Black gets enchantment removal now. Fuck you. Black gets enchantment removal now. I mean, it already did with Feed the Swarm, but being honest, I actually don't really care for this thing that much. I would much rather play Feed the Swarm. If paying one less mana means losing 6 life, six life as opposed to 2, I'm fine with that. It's also a sorcery, not an instant. Feed the Swarm, I mean. But I don't know. It's another playable black enchantment removal card. But it's worth for the instant speed. Is it though? Is it though? Not to me. It probably should be to me. I probably should play this, to be honest. I just don't, because I don't know. I'm lazy, I guess. I guess, to be fair, yeah, I actually should be running both. I actually should be running both. If I'm not... You might be behind, Erwin, on the stream. I don't know what. It's decent, but just play green and run Nature's Claim. Yeah, I mean, if you're in Grixis colors, Feed the Swarm plus Torment, might be, yeah. If you're not in green white, I guess Torment plus Feed the Swarm probably is your enchantment removal suite. But then again, you have if you're in blue, you have counter spells too. Grixis artifacts. I don't got time for enchantment removal. Meteor Golem for the win. Alright, bro. I'm coming in and how you still going, my guy? I don't know, to be honest. We're almost done with the cards now. It's just Foundations left, and we'll rank black on the social hierarchy. No, don't start fucking gassing Meteor Golem. No, oh my god. Okay, all right, whatever. We're moving on. Foundations, chat. Abyssal Harvester. 1 black for a demon warlock creature. Tap. Exile target creature card from a graveyard that was put there this turn. Create a token. It's a copy of it. Except it's a nightmare. In addition to its other types. Then exile all other nightmare tokens you control. This is This is so many things in one black card, dude. It's graveyard hate. it's like creature, ETB, and death trigger doubling because you can just exile the thing that just died. It's board insurance because you get back a creature that just died. All for 3 mana. This thing, dude, this card does so much in black for 3 mana. At no way to run. No, we didn't. But no. Dude, I just clicked X on OBS on accident. Oh my god. Thank God it gave me the warning. We actually should cover Nowhere to Run though. You are right. 1 black for enchantment flash. When this enchantment enters, target creature and opponent controls gets -3/-3 until end of turn. Creatures your opponent's control can be the targets of spells and abilities as though they didn't have hexproof. Ward abilities of those creatures don't trigger. Black now has a fuck you effect for ward. Oh, what's that? You play Roaming Throne? No. No, you don't actually. You play Roaming Chair. There has been anti-hexproof tech before. Mostly on lands of all things, like Detection Tower. Let me search this on the other tab. There has been anti-hexproof tech before with Detection Tower, but to be fair, all of the old anti-hexproof effects only work on hexproof and shroud. Nowhere to Run specifically hates out ward, which even I don't believe. Yeah, even colorless can't like get around ward right now. It's only hexproof right now. So kind of wild. Like this is like your anti-ward tech. So it's like kind of spicy. Kind of spicy. Bro, you know what? I gotta buy this. Like actually, I do not run this in any black deck. I really should. The -3/-3 is like not that great, but like anti-ward tech is huge, especially since like not even colorless right now has cards that get around ward. It's only hexproof stuff. I gotta buy me some, chat. I gotta buy me some. It's also super flavorful in Nekusar. Oh my god. My Nekusar Lich deck. I gotta get one, bro. But yeah. Harvester. Not that great. It's a 2-mana spot removal in black with no downside, just upsides. Like, I more so meant -3/-3. Like, -3 is not super great on a 2-mana card in Commander. It can still kill things. Don't get me wrong. It can still kill things. It can. I'm not saying it's terrible. It's fine. Just that, you know, I wish it was like -4/-4. That way it was on like Grasp of Darkness tier. That's it. That's it. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Harvester. Very good card. Vegan Doughty Voidwalker. I don't know about that, because Voidwalker, I got a sack to get 1 card back. Harvester lets me, like, re-trigger ETBs and, like, deaths and whatnot. While also being graveyard hate that's targeted. Then again, it doesn't hate on graveyards as well as Voidwalker. To be honest, chat, if I'm being honest, I actually used to run Doughty Voidwalker. Matter of fact, I didn't even color... And never mind, it's the wrong set. I actually used to run Doughty Voidwalker, but I cut it because it was actually, like, way too annoying to track. Like, every player has to have a separate exile pile just for Voidwalker, because it might come back somehow and get reused to cast another spell. Like it was just too annoying to track. Like, I don't want to be that guy that's like, oh yeah, hey, by the way, can you please make a separate pile of cards for my Dauthi Voidwalker even after it dies, and keep like a dice on top of it so we know it's there, even though after it dies they'll probably never come back, but it might, so you know, you still keep it there for the rest of the game. Like, I just, it was annoying. It's more like Mimic that, true. I can see that. Get another copy of your commander if he dies, like go to the graveyard, then exile him and put him back in the command zone. True. True. Yeah, just a very, like, Swiss Army knife feeling card for Black. Easily one of the best new cards Black has gotten this year. Next up. Blasphemous Edict. 3 black. Sorcery. You may pay 1 black mana rather than pay the spell's mana cost if there are 13 or more creatures on the battlefield. Each player sacrifices 13 creatures of their choice. Black Wrath that gets around Indestructible. Edict was overhyped. I put in every black deck tried out and it has never worked out. Interesting. It's $7 right now. Literally how? Like, okay, you're never... Oh, wait, never mind. I was gonna say you're never gonna cast this for the 1 mana mode, but I just realized it scales for 13 or more creatures on battlefield in general, not by 1 player. I mean, like... So, okay, so assuming that Damnation is the baseline, would you pay 1 more mana to get around Indestructible? Would you do that? But granted, you also open yourself to anti-sack tech, like Sigarda, I guess. So you do kind of open yourself to getting Sigarded with Edict. That's kind of true. Turgid go burr. Yeah, oh my god, fucking Turgid. Like, it doesn't have the cost reduction Blasphemous Act does. You either pay 5 or 1, no in between. Yeah. The problem is against wide board token decks, which is the only time you can really get 13 creatures on the board early enough. The problem is against wide board token decks, which is the only time you can really get 13 creatures on board early enough that those decks get hit by this at least. But those decks get hit by this the least. But it does get around Indestructible. I think I do have one, but I haven't put it in any decks. I gotta find a home for it, actually. Yeah, I do. I haven't tried it out yet. I feel like it'd be good in my pods. Yeah, like 5-minute board wipe isn't the worst. Like, it's still a very interesting new card because it is an anti-indestructible board wipe. But Toxic Deluge requires you to pay, like, probably 10 life, because, you know, stuff with Indestructible was, like, Ulamogs and whatnot. Like, it's 2 more mana, potentially 1, if things go your way, to, like, get around Indestructible. I don't know. I think it's relevant. It's a sacrifice board wipe. It's cool. It is in my John Irenicus deck because the creature I give out can't be sacked. True. That's some spicy tech. That's some spicy tech. I like that. 2 cards left, chat for Black. Bloodthirsty Conqueror. 3 black for a vampire knight creature. 5/5 flying death touch. Whenever an opponent loses life, you gain that much life. That's it. So chat, now you can tooth and nail. I said you can tooth and nail. I said you. You can tooth. There we go. You can tooth and nail your Exquisite Blood Sanguine Bond combo. You fetch Defiant Bloodlord. Whenever you gain life, target opponent loses that much life. Whenever an opponent loses life, you gain that much life. You can tooth and nail your Exquisite Blood combo, chat. Because everyone knows tooth and nail was not good enough before. And yes, the biggest factor here is like the fact that this is a second Exquisite Blood. That is very relevant. Tooth and nail was never busted. I prefer something less specific as a board, like Royal Fire. Okay, I'm not even gonna comment on that. Oh my god, what's happening, chat? I can't. What's happening here? I can't even see it. But yeah, now you can actually have 2 copies of Exquisite Blood in your decks. If an opponent loses life, you gain that much life. This is the $230 version, chat. Is that a Pokemon card? I think it's the confetti foil of this. Oh wait, I see it now. Yeah, okay, his face is right here. My man's got a boob window. Why has he got a boob window? My man's got a boob window. I just can't see anything happening with the confetti foil render. Okay. But regardless, very cool card and very innovative for the fact that finally, after like 15 years, Black finally got a second copy of Exquisite Blood. Final card, chat. High Society Hunter. 3 black for a vampire noble creature. Flying, 5/3. Whenever this creature attacks, you may sacrifice another creature. If you do, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. Okay. Whenever another non-token creature dies, draw a card. Chat. He got power creeped. He got power. My goat got power creeped. No! My goat got power creeped, bro. 1 less mana, and it gains flying, and it's also a sack outlet. I can't believe this. I can't believe this, dude. Dreadhorde General are a creature, but bit better. I mean, I feel like Dreadhorde General was good because Liliana does she comes down and does the -4, making everyone sack 2 creatures. I feel like that's the main reason people play her, and then also you draw 2 cards. Yeah, man, it makes me sad. Harvester of Souls is, dude. Harvester of Souls is just one of those cards that has so much aura, dude. Is it good? Fuck no. Is it overcosted? Probably. But he has so much aura, dude. He has so much aura. High Society Hunter does not. But it does die to know where to run. So you know what? We take our Harvester of Souls dubs, baby. We take our Harvester of Souls dubs. We take those. We take those. High Society Hunter probably is better though. If I'm being honest. Alright, chat. Moment of truth. How does Black fare in the overall commander hierarchy? Oh wait, shit, fuck. God damn it. Hang on. Wait, no, hang on, chat. I missed one. 9 lives Millier. 1 black for a cat. It's a 1/1. It enters with 8 revival counters on it if you cast it. When this creature dies, if it had a revival counter on it, return to the battlefield with 1 fewer revival counter on it at the beginning of next end step. There has to be like a combo with this cat, right? Surely. There has to be, right? Like Ozolith is one. I feel like there's probably something with like a proliferate something. Like I don't know. Something. There's probably some combo this cat can do that I'm not aware of. Ozolith tech. Yes, that's true. You win if you do it 9 turns in a row. Should we tack onto the card? Proliferate? We broke a Trax. Fuck yeah, dude. Alright, chat. I don't really know what to say about this. It's a combo card. I feel like people weren't... I don't really feel like people are playing this in Aristocrat decks because it's a semi-decent Aristocrat, like, reuser. Her master gathered the bones, resurrect her, only to find her purring on the altar. The better flavor text is this one. Curiosity, stop keeping score. Absolute cinema. Absolute cinema. Alright, chat. Moment of truth. How do we feel about Black in the overall commander hierarchy? So, this year, honestly, this year, it kind of feels like Black didn't really get a ton of, like, super push stuff. Yeah, like, this year, it feels a lot to me like Black got a lot of, like, weird, like, curveball stuff. Like, for example, they got Barbed Servitor, Massacre Girl, Persuasive Interrogators, Discreet Retreat, Heartless Conscription. Like, I don't think Black as a core got too strong, but it definitely does feel like we kind of are beginning to push the limits of Black a little too much. Like, as we went more and more into the sets, dude, we got some crazy shit. Like, Necrodominance, Accursed Marauder, Warren Soul Trader, Maha, Withering, Grievous Wound is nuts. Abyssal Harvester. Like, there's a lot. Chat is an overwhelming majority saying a little too strong. Chill out. I think I'm inclined to agree here. Like, Black has always been a very solid core coloring commander. It's always been like you get card draw, You get very solid removal. You get good endgame creatures. You get a lot of good little synergies. Black has always been a very solid foundational color to me. Between demons, you just get so much good stuff that helps your deck run smoothly. This year, it kind of feels like Black is beginning to get, like, a lot of, like, whoa, hey, do we need that? Like, Necrodominance. It's a second Necropotence. Osteomancer Adept is, like, Breach, but worse. But did Black need a Breach, but worse to begin with? Ripples of Undeath. Just a very solid card advantage engine. It's a self-mill engine that could also be like a Forbidden Alchemy every turn. It also is self-mill. It's oh my god. How to make your friends hate you. Play Grievous Wound on them when they play life gain decks. Yeah? Again, not a curse, by the way, just so we're clear, not a curse. Like, I think it's definitely fair to say right now that Black is in this state of, like, alright, WotC, pull back. Calm down. Alright, look, you gave us some really neat cards this year. You gave us a lot of cool stuff. You gave us, you know, you gave us Abyssal Harvester. This thing is like a Swiss Army knife in Commander, dude. It is. Ugh. And not to mention all the other, like, really crazy, nuts stuff you all gave us. Yeah. Also, War and Soul Trader. Oh my god. Jeff Bezos coded a card. Exploit retail workers for your own financial gain. If you think about it, Grievous Wound is somebody just stabbing you really hard, which doesn't have to be a curse. Yeah. Sure, I guess. Yeah. I mean, but does Overwhelming Splendor have to be a curse either? Like, bro, no WotC designer better tell me, oh, we didn't put curses in Dustborn because they made no sense. Bro, you put them in Amonkhet. Despite the set having no curse synergy. Why? I've seen Warren exactly one time. People probably think this thing is like, oh, it's only good in Aristocrat decks. No, bro. You can play this in any black creature deck and just have it as like board insurance. Oh, you played a wipe? Cool. I'll sack my board and make 5 treasure. That's like totally fine. Yeah. WotC, chill out with Black next year. Chill out with Black next year, please. You gave us a lot of cool cards. You gave us cool designs. All right, that kind of like was like a little out of left field for Black. All right, cool, I get it. Chill out. All right. Next Saturday, 10:30 a.m. EST, we will be going over red, green, colorless, and multicolor, and we will finalize our commander power ranking hierarchy thing. If you want to support me directly, you can check out our affiliate link with our sponsor, Arcane Fortress, and get yourself some sick TCG products, such as deck boxes. Or alternatively, if you want to support me directly, for only $2 a month, you can become a member of the channel and get access to exclusive emotes, such as Loot Cheems. and get access to our member exclusive Discord, where you can hang out with me and fellow Bounce Manor members. I love y'all. Thank y'all for tuning in. We'll be live again at 10:30 a.m. EST next Saturday. That'll be, I don't know, what date? That'll be on... Fuck it. That'll be on... The 1st of March. That'll be on the 1st of March, chat. I think, right? I'm not tweaking? Yes. So, whenever you get, keep an eye out for that, and make sure you hit the bell notification to get notified when it comes out. Consider supporting me if you want. I love y'all. Y'all come in here and hang out with me and makes these streams fun. So I really appreciate it a lot. I said it before, but I actually really prefer when my content is stream oriented, even though it usually ends up meaning I have like to sift through way more footage. It's way more fun actually making this content, and it feels a lot more natural to me when it's live for some reason. Like whenever I try to make videos where it's just me recording myself, I feel so like imposter syndrome almost. It's very weird. So I enjoy making content live with y'all way more, even though it means that I have like way more footage to edit through. So I definitely appreciate when y'all come out and hang out with me. It makes making content for me way more enjoyable. I love y'all. Tune in at 10:30 a.m. EST on March 1st, next Saturday. And be here when we do red, green, colorless, and multicolor on stream next time. I love y'all. Thank y'all for tuning in. Fucking almost 6-hour stream. Oh my god, I think that's the longest I've ever gone, ever. Skrillex. I love y'all, and I will see you all next time.